So let's go ahead and get started. The April 2022 regular board meeting of the Board of Education is called to order. Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll? Here.
Here.
Ms. Adams?
Here.
Mr. Bullier?
Here.
Ms. Justice?
Here.
Mr. Mcmanus?
Here.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Present. Kind of.
Yeah.
So welcome to the New Hanover County Board of Education's April regular meeting. Thank you all for joining us in person and in the remote viewing audience. As always, we value and appreciate your interest and participation and advocacy on behalf of all New Hanover County students and staff. I would especially like to welcome Boy Scout Troop 224, who are watching remotely in preparation for their citizenship and community badge. I would also like to acknowledge a member of our public, but he's not here. I know he'll be here later, but I'll just go ahead and throw that out. He pointed out to me that I had made a mistake at an earlier meeting in regard to him standing in support of another speaker and holding a sign. So I just wanted him to know that I very much appreciated that he followed my directive and was not disruptive, and then reached out to me later. So I apologized to him and told him that it was a misunderstanding, and so I just wanted to thank him for his advocacy, and I will redo that when he comes in. So thank you, Mr. Jeter Webb, for continuing to be an advocate for students. So let's see. We have a very full agenda tonight with 90 minutes dedicated to the very important work session to talk about the 2022 through 2027 strategic plan and the 2022-2023 budget. Just want to remind each other, to treat each other with dignity and respect throughout this meeting, no matter what our thoughts are and feelings are, towards the topic or towards each other. We so need to remain focused so that we can do our governance work successfully and make our school system, our teachers, our staffs, our students a better place to be. Disruptions will not be tolerated, just as they are not tolerated at any other local governmental body meeting where there are no listed rules of decorum, rather just common courtesy and professionalism in action. So that said, people who are disrupting the meeting, of course, will be asked to leave. And if this happens, then you are always welcome to view via live stream on NHCS TV or on the NHCS YouTube channel. So with that said, next on our agenda is approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Mr. Boyer?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, are you seconding?
I would actually like to add to the agenda if I could, please.
Okay, well, yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we add discussion of writing a list of rules of decorum in a coming work session.
I second.
Discussion of rules of decorum at a work session, okay? And seconded by Ms. Justice, okay. Is any discussion on that?
Yeah, I mean,
If I could, I just think it makes a lot of sense to be able to have that in place moving forward, so it is very clear to everyone what we're doing and why we're doing it.
Okay. Can you hear me? Pete, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, could you keep your eye on here? Because I don't think you heard me before when I was trying to let somebody who raised their hand go before you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's okay, no big deal. I just want to make sure that we can see each other.
yeah,
Mr. Boyer?
yeah, again, with a 5.5-hour agenda, we can just do that. We don't have to talk about doing that to do that. We can just do it. So let's do it. Let's put a work session together
Hang on.
For rules and decorum without having a conversation in, light of the public's interest of time. We can just agree to do that.
Okay. Ms. Justice, you had a comment?
Well, I think it's a good idea just to make sure it's added to the very next meeting we have and not put it off any longer because it's been going on for way too long where we have questions about decorum.
Okay, so he was saying at a work session, yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Walker?
I know we had discussed this, and I think that you had agreed to do that, so I think we had a discussion that you were good with doing that.
I did,
Yeah.
and then also with the
Just-
discussion, we talked about folks turning in their ideas to you perhaps, and so that we don't have to sit here and waste time on the dot, not, I don't say waste time, that's not the right word, that use up our time where we could have things already written down. So if you would like to do that for me, I would
That's fair.
appreciate that. All right, so any more discussion? Mr. McManus?
I'd like to make an amendment and ask to add a vote on the suspension of 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds.
Well, let's vote on this one first.
Okay.
So we are voting on the motion to discuss rules of decorum at an upcoming work session. And I had a first and a second. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, so that passes 7-0. Mr. McManus, you had a motion?
Yes, I'd like to, very short discussion and vote again on the suspension of 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds.
And I second that.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Oh, yeah. We had really a good,
Yes.
okay, we had a really good discussion during our last meeting with wonderful presentations by the public who've been working on this for a very long time, and professionals too. And I think at this point, with all that information we were presented, instead of trying to rehash it right now, we heard it last time, and I think a revote, given the fact that we had a chance to think about what was presented to us, is probably a very good idea at this point.
Okay, so I would like to just jump in, unless Mr. Boyer wanted to do, is that it was my intention to take this to the policy committee meeting on April the 12th, so that we could get language put in there that we can actually discuss at policy. I think everyone is getting pretty close and is ready to have that vote, and weren't you going to put that on the agenda, Nelson?
That was my understanding, was,
Yeah.
I was going to give a policy committee report. The idea was to take it back on the 12th and work with Ms. Varnum and our administration to find language that is workable and, meets the needs of our students and our staff. So again, we're not policy experts. I do agree with the need to do this. I've always agreed, as I think everybody does, but I think, that was my intention, was to have language developed in conjunction with our administration. With that one, and also I believe with the seclusion and restraint, to have workable language.
So, Mr. McManus, would you be willing to not discuss it tonight and let the policy committee put words together so that we can actually vote on a prepared policy and not just, we want to end it, but to make sure the wording is appropriate?
Does it help you if there's a vote prior to changing the policy?
No, I don't see how. I mean, the directive from the board seems to be that we want to work with the administration to find language that is suitable. We can vote on this in 2 weeks at the budget review, or
Well,
at the
we
next
won't-
work
we're-
session.
yeah, but we're not going to have an interim meeting. We're going to have just budget. So it would be the May 1st meeting where we would vote on the policy that we drafted, the policy language.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, that's fine. I don't know if we could add it, if there's a pressing need to add it to the interim, but that's fine.
Okay, okay. Ms. Justice?
I think that we need to have some parameters before it goes to policy. We have that right, that correct, Mr. Shive? That we determine what we want in that policy, instead of it going to policy and then coming out and it goes around and around in circles. There's certain definite things we want, I think we've heard about, we've talked about, and we should go ahead and vote on those now, and then policy can work around them.
Respectfully, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Respectfully, I don't think Ms. Justice has been to a policy committee meeting. If there's input to be added, I know Ms. Walker has been, I know Mr. McManus has been. Come to the policy committee meeting and put the parameters in place yourselves. Let's do that. Absolutely, I welcome that conversation. I just don't think it's fruitful to have it on a
Up on
whim
the dais, right.
without getting any, just, hey, let's do this.
So you can, Ms. Walker,
I was just saying, because the policy committee meeting is next week, correct?
it's next week.
Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am.
9 a.m.
The 12th?
The 12th, yep, 9 o'clock.
Well,
And
Ms. Justice?
yes, I have been to policy, and I was at policy meeting
Ms.
before.
Justice, do you have comment about
Yeah,
the policy?
yeah, and I was ceremoniously removed. Now, the situation is that there are certain givens that no matter what, we need in there, and we've discussed this ad nauseum for over almost a year, if not more, and I want to make sure they're in there, because for some reason, and we have all seen this happen, things that we request turn around, and then we have to request them again, and it's almost never ending. This will be a definite, certain specifics in this policy, and the help from, obviously, once it's there, from the central office staff to make sure that it does fit what we're requiring. And boy, have we ever heard evidence. There is so much information out there. Everybody's done a great job presenting it to us. Let's go ahead and vote on the specific things that we want
So,
now.
Ms. Justice, if you would write down the specific things that you're interested in and send them to Nelson, and then it will be talked about there. And
Madam
you
Chair.
are welcome to join the meeting and present your own things, but we do have senior staff that all play a part in the management of this process. I don't think anybody wants it to not happen. So if you have words, then we need to get better at writing things down, sending them ahead so that we have something to look at.
Excuse me.
I'm
Let's watch-
talking, I'm saying my part, and Ms. Walker had her hand up.
I was going to say, there's a motion and a second, I think, to add it to the agenda. I guess we need to vote on whether we want to add it to the agenda or not.
Are you calling a point of order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
Ma'am.
I asked Mr. Mcmanus, would he be willing to withdraw his motion if we send it to policy?
Actually, I'd like to go ahead and vote, and then we can develop a policy, can be contingent upon approving the policy recommendation as well. I'd like to bring it in to some of these things that we continue to not address. No one's fault, we just need to address it, and then we move on. So,
And then,
yes,
we go to policy. After we talk, it's still going to go to policy.
right, and then we would approve that policy recommendation. But we have approved the end of it, if we do.
Please restate your motion.
To vote whether or not to rescind the suspension of 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds.
Tonight, without
Vote
going.
tonight. I would say we end the suspension
Next year.
beginning of next year.
So restate your motion. You've added about 5 things in.
Actually, I haven't.
Just to be added to the
To vote
agenda.
against the suspension policy of 4, 5, 6, and 7 years old. Then we'll go to the policy committee. Then we will approve what the policy committee recommends, but I would add to that, it ends at the beginning of next year. or
Okay,
the
so
end of this
I
school
guess your motion really is, you pointed, thank you, Ms. Walker, that you just want it to be on the agenda
We will discuss
for
it.
a 5-minute discussion, okay?
Say under old business.
All right, so
And vote.
we're just putting it on for the agenda. So all in favor of putting this on the agenda tonight? Let's go down the line. Would you call the order in the, Ms. Bowie, just,
Ms. Justice,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
yes.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Bullier,
Aye.
All
And
right, so
Mr.
that passes-
Wildebohr.
Oh, I'm sorry, forgot.
Aye.
Okay, so that passes 7-0, so that will be on the agenda, added under old business, Ms. Bowie, thank you, for a 5-minute discussion. It's not tonight.
Okay.
All right, so now we have an motion on the table from Mr. Bullier to approve the agenda as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
I just have a point of clarification. The decorum discussion, was that added to the agenda or
No.
was that put off for the agenda?
It was added at an upcoming work session.
Okay,
Is
gotcha.
what he said, discussion of rules of decorum at an upcoming work session.
Did we vote on that? Because this is the
Yes,
discussion about putting on the
we
agenda.
voted it on, yeah, but I think we kind of voted out of order on that. We're really not supposed to do that. And I should have remembered to say that's not what we're on point about, but thank you for that. I'll remember to be a little bit better about that. So the motion on the table now is to approve the agenda as presented, seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor?
As amended.
As amended?
Okay.
Is this discussion on this motion? Or is there some,
Well, the motion that Mr. Wildebohr.
no, we're voting on this motion right now.
I know that, but for some reason, I think we skipped over the part we'd have at the next
No, we did
meeting.
not. We voted on that out of turn. We shouldn't have voted then, but, because he wanted it added to this agenda, but it's not. It's going.
Next.
It's going to be at an upcoming work session, is what I heard him say. So what
In
we're
May.
voting on now is the approval of the agenda as amended.
Okay.
Did you have a comment on that?
Well, I just want to make sure the work session in May is when this occurs.
We're talking about the
Call the
agenda, Ms.
question.
Justice. Okay, all right, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's 7-0, thank you. All right, so now, after that, next up on our agenda is the strategic plan. And so we have with us tonight, Nancy and Pamela from NHP Consulting to talk us through. Everybody should have a copy of the strategic plan that was mailed to us and then delivered to us yesterday in a board packet by our courier. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to one of you, whoever wants to take the reins.
Okay, well, I will start and say for both of us, thank you for having us here tonight. We want to give you an update and an overview of the proposed strategic plan as has been updated. If I can share my screen, I'll walk you through a PowerPoint. Can everyone see this? And can everyone hear me? I know it was a little audio trouble last time. Okay, as you may recall, we were at the last meeting with you and shared of the plan. And since that time, we have looked to build additional details and to form some implementation teams who actually help build out tactics and details. We had a marathon work session with staff, with over 30 members of the staff in and out all through the day, and just were excellent, engaged, thoughtful, working to build out tactics and metrics and timing and responsibilities to really get some detail into the plan so that you can use it as a basis for looking at how some of these actions will potentially impact the budget. So I want to give a shout out to the staff who are able to be there, who did such great work with us, and thank them. We unfortunately did not have everyone there, and some of the teams are still being built out a bit, but the folks who were at the meeting that day just did a great job of building out the details and understand they're prepared to discuss some of those, particularly budget-related ones, with you as you move into your budget work section. So what we'd like to do now is just quickly share, walk you through what's in your plan document, and then see if you have questions about that or about the process before you move into looking at some of those details and how they are related to the budget work. So you'll see it starts with a brief introduction that just recaps the process and moves into a focus on the mission, which was reaffirmed as we went through this process, and it's really your North Star of guiding you through this work. So you have that, and if you're following in your plan document, the mission is in section 2, and that is followed by section 3, which highlights the goals that were developed. And you may recall that work day when you and senior staff went through and prioritized these goals based on the input that we had from all the community, students, staff, teachers, family, board, and other partners to develop these goal areas. Then that section also includes the specific strategies that were built out by staff to advance these goals forward. And I will not read through all those. My understanding that you have them in the workroom there, and hopefully you have them in front of you. These have been updated just slightly from the ones we showed you before. There are not any major revisions here, but a little bit of the wording is tweaked. And notably, the date of the outcome to 2027, based on discussion at the workday, that the staff felt we should begin our implementation and a baseline measure at the end of this school year, the 21-22 school year, meaning that to measure 5 years out, you will end in 27. So that's been changed in each of these. Mostly this is the same as what you've seen, the strategies that support the goals of academic performance, the goal of student safety and wellness, which is really in two sections, one focused on people, one focused on places. The goal of supportive environment for teachers and staff. The goal of equity and inclusion. The goal of family engagement. And the goal of community partnerships. So those are the areas that are the major backbone of your plan that are in the first sections here. The next section that in your plan is section 4, and that is the detailed action plans that will advance each goal forward. That includes strategies, the responsible parties, action steps, tactics, targets, metrics, timelines. And the staff for this work session has tried to go through and highlight in orange for you in this section the specific areas under the actions and tactics that may have a budget implication. And those are the areas I believe you will be discussing in more detail with staff later on. So this section here is really this is what makes your plan a GPS rather than just a roadmap. This plan is something that will be pulled out and utilized by staff as they work through all these action steps to advance the strategies forward. And they will have working documents that they will continue to update, and they will continue to report back to you as things are changed and updated as the plan progresses forward. This is what really makes it a living document. Following this section, we do have a section 5 about the suggested implementation management with monitoring and tracking the movement. The staff has already developed into strategic implementation teams with a cabinet leader responsible for the overall achievement of each goal. There are strategy leaders within that goal area responsible for oversight and monitoring of the strategy implementation and completion. And then there are staff leaders who are responsible for actually implementing the action steps and tactics that move that strategy forward. So the targets, metrics, and dashboard are ways that you can track your progress through the plan. These things we're suggesting that you use as a management tool to track your tactics, moving the action steps forward that track the strategies forward that moves the goal forward. And in terms of the, also in this section, in terms of accountability review, we're suggesting that the strategy teams review weekly or bi-monthly, that the cabinet also review weekly or bi-monthly, and that reports be made to the board by the cabinet members and strategy leaders on a monthly, quarterly, and annual basis. And these reports we would see taking you to the strategy level, not going way down into the weeds of actions and tactics, but telling you which strategies have moved forward because something in their actions or tactics have moved forward on those bases. Then annually, we're suggesting that you develop some type of dashboard, and we provided an example to show where the big metrics on your goals are on an annual basis, because most of those metrics are not going to change more than annually. And again, as I mentioned earlier, during our discussion at the workday, the staff suggested that we make the baseline be the number at the end of this academic year. And so that dashboard will not be built out until the end of the academic year, and the numbers are there in which those baselines can be established and brought to you. But that is a way you can track on a bigger, higher level, not just are we getting some action steps accomplished, but are the things that we want changed being changed in the right direction. So we are going to be following up with staff after this meeting to be sure that we're positioned firmly for implementation. They have all the tools they need for this management and for reporting back to you. And I know that you have much discussion ahead in the next hour or so about the way this plan may impact your budget that will be going on with the individual staff members. But before you get to that level, I just wanted to pause, and Pamela and I would be glad to discuss any questions you have about the plan overall or the process for getting here. And I'm going to stop sharing so that we can see people a little bit better.
Okay, does anybody have any comments? This plan looks very comprehensive. This is a huge step from the last one we saw when there was no metrics, added in. So cabinet folks and all the folks that report to you, thank you for the work and the deep dive into getting these metrics put into place, and listening to what the board has asked of you, what our community has asked of you, what staff have asked of you. So does anybody have any questions? Ms. Walker?
I just have a question. Who's in charge of building the dashboard? Do we know?
So, yes, so the dashboard would be, let's say if you go to slide, let's see, where are we? I'm on slide number 12. So like over to the side there, status. So it's a red, yellow, green. So this will then be put into on the board's page for your website, and then you'll see, and we'll get presentations, and it'll change. So if we're, let's say, for instance, this one's out here, so timeline of completion, we'll give you a yellow. So there should be bi-monthly, sometimes every 3 months we'll do updates on.
So you guys are going to put the dashboard on?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's what I was asking, but just a follow-up question. And the presentations that they're advising us to do weekly or monthly or quarterly, will we have those regularly on the agenda for that?
Yeah, and that's I think that I probably have said it like 900 times, is that I would like for our agendas to be around this, so that we're not just pulling things out on what program du jour or what is feeling not right at the moment. Not that we can't, but and then if we get a new some additions to our Assembly software program, we can tie it straight in, and then we can also do voting on things right, in there. So, and it's my understanding, and Dr. Faust, correct me if I'm wrong, that this is a living document that is housed in the communications department, and and you all will let us know when it's time to update. I mean, if we don't already see it, it will be, you guys will report to us on the frequency that it,
So
Yeah.
yes, what will
Yeah.
happen is it should be a regular on your board
Yeah.
meeting, so that what will take place is whatever dates are coming up, we're giving you an overview. There will be an opportunity for individuals from each department to come and do a full blown out presentation to the board. That should be coming up soon, but what we have to have first is the board to vote on this one, and then we can do the presentation for you.
and if you'll notice, on just 1 sec, and I'll get you. You'll notice that we don't normally vote on things in a work session, and we really do kind of need to listen to the budget. And so that is why I added it under old business for strategic plan vote, so that we can actually process it a little bit while we're thinking here and with the budget. So, Ms. Justice, you had a comment?
Yeah, I was a little confused when you were talking about having Assembly involved and actually adding different items on the dashboard. I got a little confused there. You said something about voting?
Assembly has, and I got kind of a little bit strayed. Assembly has so many options that we can add, and attending different Assembly conferences and listening to how other school boards, other school systems, other corporations use Assembly, that we can do a lot of things with Assembly to streamline our discussions and streamline our board meetings. So that's what I got a little ahead of myself.
That's
a separate from the dashboard in a sense. You were talking about the dashboard and then
No. It is separate from the dashboard. But what it will help us do is formulate our agendas around the things that are relevant and timely each month to talk about.
Thank you.
Okay.
I had a quick question, and my hand's up, but.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see you, Pete.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm waving. Is this the time that we should ask about individual things or just about the overall plan? Number one, I think there's some really, really good parts in this. I didn't get it until about 6 o'clock last night, so I've gone over it as best I can. But I had, like a question on some of these things, like on page, what are we here, 19, it says establish core SEL learning objectives. But it doesn't say, it says who's going to do it, the responsible party. Does that mean that they're the ones that will approve it? Or will it, will it come to the board, like for instance, those learning objectives? Will they be talked about, discussed at the board level and maybe approved by the board? Or will it just be the student support staff that will formulate those and put them in place on their own?
So isn't the SEL coordinator, is that Susan Cole? Miss-
Julie can speak
Yeah,
on that.
yes. You can just talk from your seat, please.
Okay. Absolutely, at any point, any of the grade level expectations or the scope and sequence can be presented. Generally, given that we've submitted our SEL plan along with our mental health plan to the state, we'll be following through with those.
Okay. When do we submit those annually? When do we do that?
We submitted this past summer. I need to check on whether it's annual. I think it's actually a 3-year plan.
A 3-year plan? Okay.
But let me double check.
But we did that in the summer of 2021. Okay.
Yes.
So I guess to answer your question, Mr. Wildebohr, is that we are approving this document as developed by the senior staff, and that we should not have to be.
Not by the senior staff.
I'm sorry, by us, approved by us, to help develop some of the details by you all and your departments, all the way down to the level that's appropriate, and that we don't approve everything line by line, that we allow you all to do the work of the district and present us with stuff, and we ask questions at that time.
Okay.
Did that get your question, Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay, and you said you had others, or did I just think I
No,
heard that?
that was it. I just didn't know whether now is the time to discuss
It is.
individual parts of
Now
the
is the
plan,
time.
or whether we're just, we need to do that at a later time. Because I know we have an hour and a half set aside for the plan, so I think there might be an opportunity to further discuss individual parts of
Well, we
it.
only have 30 minutes to discuss this portion. The other hour is going to be spent with the budget. So if you do, we do have like 10 more minutes. So if you have some questions, now would be a good time to raise them.
Okay. Well, then I will. Jumping on to page 31. It says tactic is to build out system. Should that really be build a system? Is that really 4.1.1 tactic build out system? I'm not exactly sure that verbiage is proper.
You're talking about the tactic under 4.1.1?
Correct.
The second one, so the tactic build out system-wide shared language definition of equity. Is that what you're?
Right. I mean, I think that's a good. We do need to all have the same definition of equity for sure. But I mean that's a very good thing we need to do, I think. But what are the goals? It talks about having equity teams here. I was the only board member that was at the SOFIC Solution meeting when the equity teams came together, but it doesn't specifically say here what are the goals and mission of the equity teams. I think we need to further define that, just because we don't want to have one school doing one thing, another school doing another thing. Will we be doing that where there's clear cut information given to the leaders of these individual equity teams, and will they come up with their own goals and missions, or will that be something that comes from central office?
Hi, Mr. Wildebohr. This is Perez Clegg. Just to talk a little bit about that for you. So the first thing we talked about doing was establishing that definition of equity. So starting with a baseline of what equity is and what that means for New Hanover County Schools. And as we work and establish that definition, that generic definition that is worked on across the district, then those equity teams at the school levels, whether they be adult or student-led equity teams, would then also use and work around that district-wide definition to elevate and create the work that they are doing.
Thank you, Ms. Clegg.
All right.
I'm kind of feeling through this that we are working more towards being a school system than a system of schools. So, I mean, that's the feeling that I got as I was reading too, that we're trying to get us working together, not to make us robots, but to be able to adapt by school, but we have, a good foundation where we have all the Venn diagrams and we're all kind of doing some things the same and some things different as they apply to our school population. Mr. Mr. McManus?
Oh, I heard.
Sorry,
I'm the better
Freudian
looking
slip.
one. Come on
Does
now.
this look like Mr. Woodward?
Yeah.
I have a question, and I just had cataract surgery, that's why I can't see half of you. And I'm using these to try to find the other half, and I do this, seriously. I'm trying to find, so somebody point out to me, the only thing that I find relative to working environment for teachers based upon our performance, survey that we took is on page, I think it's 28. It talks about an environment for the academic success, learning, et cetera, for teachers and staff, but is there somewhere in here where we're addressing anything that came out of the performance arena as far as working conditions, planning periods, et cetera? I want to make sure that should be part of our strategic plan, and I may not have seen it.
I couldn't find anything.
Well, those kinds of things, as you know, you both have been invited, which I was going to talk about later, to serve on a task force with Dr. Barnes. And so that will be an opportunity for, like we said, this is a living document that we might need to add some things in there based on what we find. So you may not have seen that.
That's why we'll take from there. Okay.
Yes, so that's coming up. Dr. Barnes, is there anything that you wanted to add to that?
Just the strategic plan goal involving creating the maximum environment for students to learn by building a better environment for teachers is one of the goals I think it's right behind me here.
Okay, thank you. Did that get your question?
Yeah, I just want to lose sight of it.
Yeah, because basically, like we said, this is a living document that we can add to as things come up, and they were still working through some of the actual details as they were looking through the cabinet level, the strategy level, and what was the third level? I'm sorry, I forgot it. The cabinet level, the strategy leader level, and the
Action teams.
action team level. Thank you. I couldn't remember the third. Okay, Judy, do you have a question?
No, we were just talking about committee.
Okay.
She was my eyes.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Does anybody else have any comments that they would like to, or questions that they would like to ask of Nancy or Pamela or of our cabinet members who are here today? Cabinet members, are there anything that you'd like to especially point out that you are most proud of, or that for us to make sure we call attention to because of things we've been talking about? Okay. Ms. Walker? No, they're all giving me the deer in the headlights. Move on, Craybill.
So what are the follow-ups with the team that are working with us? Are they going to come back and help us reassess, or come back and, help us out anymore? I guess that's.
Well, our contract is officially up last month, so we will work on that, I guess, month to month or time to time. They have agreed to help us if we reach out and need that help.
Right, we do have, as actually encoded in there, is that we are available for additional follow-up and questions, advice as you go through without additional contracting. If you want a specific implementation contract, we could look at that too. But I think you're so well set at this point, and staff has developed so much ownership over this plan that I think, we can be available for questions, follow-up, and facilitation assistance as needed And of course, after this meeting, we will be following up specifically with staff, just to be sure that everything is well positioned for implementation and that they have all the tools that they need to get going on that. But yes, we'll stay available.
Great, thank you, Nancy.
And
Anybody
we'll
else?
stay available tonight. We will mute ourselves
Not
as you
tonight,
go
yeah.
into the rest of your work. But if another question arises that we didn't address that you'd like to call on us, we'll still be here.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, if nobody has, Mr. Wildebohr, I don't see your face. Are you good? Okay. All right, so that said, that's a wrap for the strategic plan portion. Excuse me, let's go ahead, Ashley, Ms. Sutton, if you would like to lead us off into the budget discussion. I will, yeah.
Good afternoon. So today, I'm going to go through just a high-level budget overview, and we're going to be talking about our current year budget, and then we'll lead into an activity where we go through strategic plan goals, okay? All right. So I need my little clicker. Let's see. All right. Here we go. So we're going to start off talking about our total budget. So once again, this is the current year budget. It's $438 million. And as you'll see here, 41% of that is funded with state money. The next highest level percentage is our federal funding, and you see it shows up there is 26%. That's our federal COVID funding from federal, as long as in addition to our federal reoccurring money. One thing to keep in mind here is that 21% of COVID funding, remember that's going to go away in fiscal year 2024. So we want to keep that in mind for not this coming up year, but the following year. I also wanted to point out in previous years before the pandemic, federal made up about 10% of our budget. And then you also see local makes up 24% of the budget here. So this is, once again, total budget. Most of that, 24%, is our county appropriation money that we receive. And I wanted to let you guys know, I went back yesterday and was looking at some rankings within the state. And our funding from the county has us ranked in the state at ranked number 9 in the state. And just for comparability purposes, Wake County is 12th in the state, and Charlotte Meck is 8th. So I thought that was good information to have. And now I want to dive down, and we'll keep drilling down deeper and deeper into the budget. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what you just said about Wake and Charlotte Meck, you're talking about the percentage overall from their counties to their budget?
Yes, just looking at their local funding.
Okay.
As a percent of their budget. Does that make sense?
Right.
Okay. So now if we drill down into our operating budget, so of that $438 million, $401 million goes towards our operating budget. And I have some additional percentages here for you, but I wanted to just go through how we receive the funding in these different areas. And so most of this funding is allotted through funding formulas, and it's based on our student enrollment data. And we'll go through and I'll share some additional information, but our funding comes to us through different programs. And based on those programs, state and federal allotment policies are in place, and so we follow those policies when we're building our budget and make sure that we have appropriate expenditures in those programs. Next, I wanted to talk a little bit about how we spend our money. So this information is as of last week, looking at our current expenditures for the year. We're spending 77% of our funding on instructional services and 20% on system-wide support services. And that 20%, just to give you a little bit more information about that number, most of that is operational support services. And so those are things like utilities, maintenance services, custodial services, transportation. That's what makes up a large part of that 20%. that additional 3% you see there, most of that is the payments that we're making to charter schools.
Ms. Justice?
Yes, I assume that the facilities costs are within, like, say, instructional, have you put them within this pie chart?
So facilities, meaning facility operations?
Building, well, the operations, what you just said, some of it would go from the system-wide support services, but is that all of it in there, or?
Yep, so the system-wide support services, a majority of that is the maintenance expenses, transportation, utilities, custodial services.
Building repair?
Now, building like new building projects and renovations, those are in our capital outlay fund, and we'll talk about that at the end, but it's not included in our operational budget. Because normally those are one-time projects that are funded with one-time money. So this operational budget that we're talking about here are going to be our reoccurring expenses that we have just to maintain our operations.
So, Ms. Justice, to answer your question, we got a report about the New Hanover County Schools Capital Outlay Budget Summary, which is different than this, just so you'll know.
Right, well, I'm just saying that because this is our entire budget, I thought, was the first one that was shown to us.
Yep.
And then we have how the funds are spent, but you're saying it's not in this pie chart.
No, it's
Okay, so that's
two separate pies, right?
So what she has right now, she's going over the operational budget.
So that's,
The other budget is your capital, so there are two different budgets.
right, I just needed to know that, that's what I'm trying to
that
find out.
first pie chart that I showed actually has the
Everything, the 438 million.
yeah, the 438 million. It has that capital outlay piece of the pie there. That 3%, I think, is the section of the budget that you're referring to. And so when I on these following slides, I'm actually focusing in on the operational budgets because that makes up the largest pieces of the pie. But we will come back to capital outlay at the end.
Okay, I wish there was some way you could have had that incorporated in the whole entire, in that particular pie chart. I'm just trying to.
She did.
It's that 3%, the
It's in the
capital
first one.
outlay.
Oh, gotcha.
on
Yeah,
the
that's,
slide.
okay, that's why, I see.
Yep, it
I
was
see
just
the
on the
difference,
first,
yeah.
yep, it was on that first pie chart.
Yeah, I was looking at the second operating budget one. I got you. Thank you.
Yep, yeah, no problem. Okay, so let's move on, and now I'm going to talk through each section of that operational pie and just share some information about the different funding based on the different funding sources. So for state funding, we actually receive money through position allotments and dollar allotments, and we'll talk about the difference between those two. We currently are actually receiving state funding through 39 different programs. And so I'm going to give you some examples as we go through, just so I think it'll pull it together a little bit better. But your position allotments are where you receive a certain number of positions based on some funding formula. So for example, a funding formula would tell you that you receive 1,200 teachers. And no matter the cost of those teachers, the state's going to fund all 1,200 teachers. So whether they cost $35,000 a year or $50,000 a year, they're going to fund those positions. So when you hear someone talk about position allotments or months of employment, that's what they're referring to. And dollar allotments are exactly what we're used to hearing about and what people think of when they think of state and federal money, where you get, based on a funding formula, X amount of dollars, and then you spend that appropriately within those policies, right?
Ms. Justice?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to get all this in
Yeah.
my head. Okay, you said that 39 different programs contribute to the position allotment? Is that what you said? From the
Actually,
state?
for state funds. So we receive state funding through 39 different programs.
Okay, and were you just using this arbitrarily, or do we actually have 1,200 teachers, state-funded positions?
It was just an example.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that was just an arbitrary, okay. Do you know how many we have?
I don't have that in front of me at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
May I make a request that we hold questions until the end and we write as we go through? Because if we continue doing this, we're never going to get through this presentation. And Ms. Sutton may be answering some of the questions that are being asked of her. I just think
I
if we
was
could
just
hold the
sticking
questions to the end.
Page, the slide, so I could,
Okay. Yeah, let's try that unless there's something
Okay.
really pressing. Just
Okay.
make a note.
And I am giving examples just to try to give a little bit more explanation on the conversation, hoping it ties the conversation together. Okay, so the next slide. So let's talk a little bit more about position allotments. And Dr. Barnes has gone through this. I think a couple of months ago, he came up and talked about different allotments and the fundings for those. And so I'm not going to, by any means, go through all those funding formulas. I'm just going to give some examples as we go through because I think it'll just help with the understanding. So we receive classroom teacher program, and that's a position allotment. And that's similar to what, I was using the 1,200, just arbitrary, but just some examples of that. So in 7th and 8th grade, we receive, per the state funding formula, 1 teacher for every 23 students. And 10th through 12th grade, we receive 1 teacher for every 29 students. And that's a position allotment. Another position allotment is through instructional support program, and that's where we receive funding for guidance counselors, social workers, media specialists, those types of instructional staff. We receive from the state 1 position for every 210.56 students. And then the next allotment that I have up there is school administration. And this is an example, assistant principals, we actually receive funding months of employment versus position. So an example of that is for the assistant principals, we receive 1 month of employment for every 98.53 students. And then CTE also, we receive through that program months of employment for teaching positions and instructional staff positions as well. Next funding method that I wanted to talk through was dollar allotments. So here are some examples of programs that we receive dollar allotments through. Teacher assistants, the funding formula for that, once again, not going through all of those, but just to give you some examples. 1st and 2nd grade, we receive 1 teacher assistant for every 2 classes of 21 students. And so this is a dollar allotment, not a position or months of employment. So how that works is they do the calculation and determine how many teacher assistants we would receive. And then once the state has that number, they use state average salaries to determine what the dollar amount that we're going to receive in that program. The state funds classroom supplies, $30.12 per student. Textbooks are $32.26 per student, and of course we can use that for online electronic resources as well as books. Driver's education is $190.91 per student in 9th grade. And transportation's formula is a little bit more complicated. They look at a lot of different things to come up with a budget rating. They look at how many students we're transporting, how many buses are in operation. They also look at prior year expenses along with comparing us to other counties to see what our efficiency ratings look like compared to other counties. And all that goes into determining our funding for the next year.
Can I interject for just one moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Can the person who has the signs in the chairs where our audience can sit, could we please take those out of the chairs so that we have room for people to sit? Can I ask somebody to go get them? No. I'm talking about these signs that are taking up spaces where people can sit. Can I ask Russell to do it? No. All right. Thank you. Somebody will eventually come and get those. Go ahead, I'm sorry, Ashley.
All right, no problem. We also have dollar allotments that are categorical. So it's in this funding method, the programs that we receive funding for aren't for for example, all of our students in first grade or third grade. It's actually targeted. So we receive funding for our children with disabilities, limited English deficiency, and our AIG. Some examples of that funding is for disabilities, we receive $4,550 per child identified with disabilities. AIG, we receive $1,364.78 per child identified for AIG. Now, federal funding, you'll see this is similar to the last slide we went over with the state funding. We also receive dollar allotments with this federal funding, and it's normally categorical. And so it's targeting, once again, those specific students to provide additional support for them. And so in our federal programs, currently we have 36 federal programs where we have different funding coming to us that we need to make sure that we're following those federal guidelines. I wanted to give you some examples. So Title I, as far as making sure we're targeting these specific students, you know, that we're looking for our students from those low-income families to be able to provide additional support for them. And then also with our Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, we're receiving funding based on the students that have these identified needs. In addition to receiving federal funding based on certain student groups, we also occasionally receive funding for a specific purpose. And so an example of that would be receiving funding through a program where we're required to provide contracted services for school health support personnel. So sometimes the funding comes through that way. But whenever we receive federal funding, normally this funding is meant to be in addition to. It shouldn't go to replace state or local funding. It should be in addition to those funding sources. And we talked about our local funding a little bit earlier. You may also hear this referred to as current expense funding as well. Our county appropriation this year is $91.9 million, and that funding goes towards maintaining our facilities, our grounds, paying utilities, and then also, of course, for our district priorities that we identify, such as teacher supplements or additional positions. And so I wanted to give you some examples. Earlier, when we were talking about the state formulas, we talked about classroom teacher program, where the state provides funding for 7th and 8th grade, you know, one teacher for every 23 students. Well, we use our local formulas to be able to fund one teacher for 22 to make that formula a little bit better. Same thing for 10th through 12th grade, the state funds one teacher for 29 students, and our local formula funds one for 28. Our assistant principals, as you recall, the state formula is funding one 10-month position for 985 students. And if, just as an example for us, at a middle school that has 602 students, we're going to fund a 12-month assistant principal and a 10-month assistant principal to provide that additional support for our schools. Classroom supplies, as I said earlier, the state funds $30.12 per student, and we fund, using local formula, $65 per student. And then this is where I wanted to go back to the capital outlay funding just real quick. This was that 3% of the pie that we talked about on the first slide, just to talk a little bit about allowable expenses. So in your capital outlay funding, that's where you're going to fund any new building projects, repairs and renovations, furniture and equipment, and our vehicles is how that gets funded. So next, I was going to go into the activity, but I wanted to answer any questions you may have before we do that.
Anybody? I had my pages turned up, so I found it very difficult to keep my mouth shut when you were going. All right, so it's on the state funding page, when you were talking about position allotments. Okay, so I had two questions there.
Okay.
One, and when you talked about the instructional support, where we had $210.50 per student for was it?
One position.
One position. Is that one each of these categories, or one each in that total?
Just one in total.
So it would be like one guidance counselor or one social worker.
You get one position for the 210. You get one position, and you get to pick, do you want it to be a social worker? Do you want it to be a media?
One from category, okay. And then I think I must have missed, when you were giving an example of the months of employment for career and technical, I didn't hear you say like 1 month for how many students?
So I didn't give you a dollar amount for that. I will tell you the formula is a little bit complex, but it's based on 50, you get 50 months of employment. And then depending on how much state funding is available for CTE, they'll also look at your student numbers in 8th and through 12th grade, and you'll receive additional funding based on the number of students in those grades.
Gotcha.
But it's not a dollar amount like some of the others we were saying, $3,400 per student or something like that.
Okay. Ms. Walker?
So you're just giving us an overview from this past year.
Yep.
So when we do our workshop, we're going to really dive into the new numbers, right?
Yep, that's
Okay.
exactly right. I just wanted to start with just the basics of how the current year budget was built and give you some information. So then hopefully when we go into our next session, you'll have this foundation to build on.
Yes, thank you.
And all right, so one last question.
Sure.
Did anybody? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mann.
I'm sorry, thank you. So you are prepared, so when we get into the budget, we say, what is not categorical focus, what is flexible?
That's fine. We'll be
And two,
good.
curious, the
Yes.
parking fees that are paid by high school students, what do they do? Where do they go?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Parking fees for cars, kids who elect to drive to school rather than ride a bus?
Yeah.
Where they charge a fee? I think it's $25.
That doesn't come to us. That goes to the school. That's a
It
school.
goes to the school.
Oh, you're
That answers
talking
the
about
question.
like to park, how much they pay to
That's what
park?
you know, where we
Yep,
are.
the schools keep that, that's their budgeted money, and they're able to spend that at the school level.
So it's flexible for the schools.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Okay, so
I had a
one last
question.
question before we move on. Oh, Miss.
Well, I just want to make a statement. You're doing a great job stepping into some big shoes, and thank you very much how complete you've been.
Yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
That's right.
So also on the state funding page where we're
I
talking.
think we had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wildebohr, thank you.
Yeah. From the great beyond, I have a quick question. Teacher assistants, what are they allotted in what grades, and what is the funding formula for teacher assistants? And are we allowed to add to that from local funds?
So teacher assistants, the funding formula is different depending on the grade. And so I don't remember all of those grades off the top of my head, but you receive a different number of TAs. So kindergarten is like for,
Dr. Barnes is going to help you.
oh, Dr. Barnes, oh, he's going to
Yay.
save me. I don't have them all memorized.
Tag team.
Sorry, I had to trip over several things on the way here. So the TA funding formula is they will provide two TAs for every 3 kindergarten classrooms.
Two TAs?
I'm sorry.
Did you say 2 or 1?
2 for
Okay.
every 3 in kindergarten, 1 for every 2 in 1st and 2nd grade, and 1 for every 3 in 3rd grade. However, you can't get caught with, they will fund 1 teacher for every 18 kindergarten students, but the classrooms for kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd have to be 21 students. So they take the number of students in kindergarten, divide that by 21, and then give you 2 for every 3 full classrooms of that.
So mathematically, they're behind the 8 ball when they start. As far as
Yes, sir.
every
It
teacher
funds
having a
about
TA.
100, it funds about 178 to 180 based on our enrollment.
And
Ms.
again,
Justice?
what about their
Hang on,
funding?
Pete,
Can we
Pete.
Well,
add to
let Pete,
their-
because he's already started.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Pete.
Okay, I just, the other part of that question was the funding formula on that. So that's how many we are allotted, but then can we add, obviously, we are adding, I think, to that number, but can we also add to their, the big question we've seen several times, or heard a lot lately was, adding to their, I believe it's $15 an hour now. That is something we can do out of local funds, correct?
Yeah, so that's something that we could decide is a priority for our board, and that would be coming from the local funds. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Yes. Or, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to
Okay,
tell.
so Ms. Justice, go ahead.
Well, actually, it's sort of similar to, I had two observations. First of all, I've been in education a long time, and I think it was 2008, 2010 when they started cutting back on teachers' assistants and counselors and social workers, and we've never come back from that. And it's made it really, really difficult for all school systems. And I think what Pete was asking, so basically, we can give local supplements. We just haven't in the past to our TAs and other positions, correct?
Right, so
Thank
we're
you.
given, our teacher supplements is what we funded
Right.
last year.
And not the others.
Apologize. I've asked this before.
Mr.
but
McManus, did you want to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm speaking, thank you. I apologize. I asked before, but I'm not sure I want to review it.
Okay.
What percent of our local funds, is that all from the county commissioners?
No, it is not. So a majority, 83, 82% comes from the county, but we also receive fines and forfeiture money as well. And that makes up another large percent of that local funding.
But percent-wise, for this year, what would the county commissioners' percentage be? Because I know it's big.
For the year we're in right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's about 83% of that local piece of the pie that we saw in that first bullet. Yep.
Okay, does anybody have anything else before we move on to Part B?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So now it's your turn. We have given you at your table or your seat, hopefully you have some circles that look similar to this. And you've noticed that we have posters up on the right side that has our strategic goals listed for you. We ran out of the large paper, so there is one underneath the picture to the far right-hand side. It's a little bit smaller, but you have the 6 over there. And what we would like for you to do is to use the stickers to prioritize the strategic goals. And so I wanted to give you an example. So if my highest priority for next year is to make sure that we're funding economic performance is my highest priority, then I would take my blue sticker that's marked number 1, and I would use that and place it on the academic strategic goal. And so you'll go through and you'll use your stickers to identify your priorities on the strategic goal posters. Does that make sense?
What about Pete?
Ms. Justice, did you have a question?
I'm concerned about Pete having his input.
We already have that handled. Mr. Clark is going to do that.
Thank you.
And he
Dr.
has his
Faust,
stickers and he's ready to roll. Pete's being
did you have
handled.
anything to add?
No.
Okay.
We're good.
Are we putting them
All
on
right.
the actual ones or this little one here? Up here?
So, yep, you'll go to the actual posters and place your stickies, and we'll take this information back, and that's what we're going to help start finalizing our budget proposal for next time.
Come on.
Okay, so I'd like to ask the audience just to stay in your seats while we are out doing our stickers.
Come on now.
Pete, Russell Clark is going to help you out. Pete, can you hear me? Okay, so Russell's going to get your computer and take you around.
He's gonna carry, go carry.
He is. Russell, do you know how to talk? Can you talk to him through that? Okay.
Mr. Butler, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Sometimes I feel like I have stuff. Everybody's watching.
Well, which one?
I feel like we're hamsters and everybody's watching us.
Oh, we are. Trust me, we are. Drive the cardboards. I take a break.
Oh, goodness. We don't have a bunch of bubbles. I think people have to be out.
Well, if you know, I want to break.
Here's my situation. They did what they did with the committee. I don't trust anything. Okay. I'm going to go play this while we get back to you. Is that okay? Before that, okay. All right. I have that one song. Oh, Lord.
Lady girls, who? Lady Girl Scouts.
Ms. Sutton, are you done with us? Yes, ma'am. Okay. So thank you all for participating. We're looking forward to seeing how that actually plays out at our in our April work session. Appreciate the time that you spent on putting that together for us. Okay, so next on our agenda is our invocation. And our invocation is being delivered tonight by the Reverend Cedric Barrett, Senior Pastor of the Purpose Church International. Ms. Bowie, is he live? Is he here? Oh, hello.
Is he alive? Oh,
Reverend Barrett, I didn't
he's alive.
see you back there. Thank you.
Yes, can we please bow our heads? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, for this is the day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for this wonderful faculty. We thank you, Lord God, for all parents and friends and volunteers. We pray, Lord God, that your peace will rest, abide. God, even when it seems that there is a tension, I pray that we would dwell in harmony, love, comfort, grace. Heavenly Father, I pray that, Lord, you will bring every resource needed, that, Lord, our jobs will be easier. God, in the midst of a pandemic where things have been tough, and God, everyone is doing the best they can. God, I thank you now that, Lord, your grace abound, and everything they need abounds more. Now, Father, I thank you for the wisdom as we lead, and it is in your precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
And now we have the presentation of colors by the Ashley High School Navy Junior ROTC Color Guard, directed by Lieutenant Colonel Robert Rader and Chief Thomas Frost. Okay, national anthem. Our national anthem today will be performed by Juliet Picazo Veltez, a middle school student at the International School of Gregory, under the direction of Austin Hinson, band director at Williston Middle School. Will you all please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our board meeting tonight. We would just like to thank again our lovely flautist this evening from the International School at Gregory. I am, as always, Jackie Booth, your Director of Arts Education, and we are so proud to be here tonight. We are very lucky that our students at the International School get to walk over to Williston and take all of their enhancements programs over there. So we spend a lot of time in partnership with Williston, and that's made for some wonderful artists, right? Can you tell us your name again and what grade you're in?
Hi, my name is Juliet Picasso, and I'm in 8th grade.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you all. Have a lovely evening.
Where are our ROTC guys coming back in? To introduce themselves. Do you see them anywhere? Okay. All righty. Thank you, Ms. Booth. We appreciate you coordinating our talent, and we look forward to that every month. Okay. Okay, so next on our agenda is recognitions and introductions. I'd like to call Caress Clegg up to the microphone.
Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Board of Education. Dr. Faust, I am here this evening for the best part, I feel, of the night to recognize our wonderful students and staff. One of Dr. Faust's main goals for the district is to ensure 90% of our students are reading on grade level by the 3rd grade. So we are happy to recognize the following students who have shown a strong interest in reading and the power of books. Battle of the Books is a book-related competition for students in grades 3 through 8. Students are quizzed about books that they have read from a reading list. We want to recognize the district's winning Battle of the Books teams for elementary and middle school. Congratulations to the students at Bradley Creek and Roland Grice Middle School. When I call your name, please come up. From Bradley Creek, first we have Coach Annette Jansen and Kristen Kelly with Principal Dr. Kevin Alagas. Students, we have Ben Gaynor, Amelia Kratza, Luke Rowe, Jensen Swinney, Carter Williams, Ansley Center, Miller Palanza, and Jennings Kukowski. Congratulations to our elementary Battle of the Books team.
I don't need back suit to the front. Perfect. Look here, say cheese. Cheese. Hey, books. Thank you. Yeah.
Next up for our Rolling Rice team, we have led by Coach Jane Tittleson and Principal Charlie Broadfoot. And the students, we have Jacob Bowling, Brett Lee, Geta Martucci, Andrew Morris, Isabella Rosala, Hunter Cribb, Elliot Vinci Wasnat, Grayson Clymer, Violetta Ballion, Eduardo Flores, Kellen Modone, and Liza Blackburn. This year's PTA Reflections Contest theme was I Will Change the World By. Students across our district entered submissions on how they could best impact the world. Our students developed several ingenious concepts to change the world, from saving energy to beach cleanup and everything in between. We are proud to announce that New Hanover County Schools has 11 PTA Reflection State winners. Please join me in congratulating Dylan Such from Ashley High School, Eva Washington from Ogden Elementary School, Gabriel Washington, also from Ogden Elementary School, Jake Barrow from Myrtle Grove Middle School, Rose Evelyn Data from Wrightsville Beach, Anna Blaylock from Eaton Elementary, Olivia Watson from Myrtle Grove Middle School, Corey Cayley from Laney High School, Harper Huntzinger from Ogden Elementary School, Ella Haley, also from Ogden Elementary School, and Sailor Martin from Wrightsville Beach Elementary School.
I would be remiss if we didn't introduce our PTA Council Interim President, Ms. Bernice Johnson. Thank you for leading the council.
Awesome. Okay, perfect.
Yellow sunshine.
Our final evening recognition is both a plug for the Communications Division and a recognition. Over the past several months, our division has been working on increasing our presence within the community and ensuring collaboration with partners, volunteers, businesses, and nonprofits. We are pleased to be able to debut our new website for community engagement and partnerships, as well as welcome to our team our new community engagement specialist, Kayla Price. And if you guys would notice, the QR code up there will allow you to access our new community engagement page. The site ensures we are making the most of the community surrounding us by working to improve relationships and allow for a more inclusive and welcoming opportunities for volunteering, partnering, and donating to New Hanover County Schools. Like many in our community, our subsequent recognition has been collaborating and supporting the schools, staff, and students of NHCS already, and we would like to recognize and thank Jeff Scrobel of Super Optimist for his generous monetary donation to Trask and Holly Shelter Middle School. Thank you. That concludes our recognitions for the evening.
Thank you for us.
Okay, next up on our agenda is the superintendent's report.
Good evening. New Hanover County Schools representatives will participate in a high-tech learning accelerator program later this week at Live Oak Bank with students and educational leaders from around the state. The Azalea Festival, of course, this week, we're excited to host the Azalea Festival Queen at College Park Elementary this Wednesday. And we have chosen or have been selected as the Azalea Festival Parade sponsored guests. Educators throughout the district will join our Human Resources Office to march in parade Saturday morning. Later this month, we'll host Superintendent Truitt, who is our state superintendent, special advisor for educational engagement, whose goal is to meet with existing teacher advocacy or advisory groups across the state. New Hanover County was a natural choice with our regularly scheduled superintendent advisory group session, and we look forward to the conversation. Congratulations to Abby Nobles, who represented the district as a finalist for the State Educator of the Year last Friday in Raleigh. She is one of 9 public school educator finalists who will be able to impact and advocate for her students and all students across the state of North Carolina. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Faust. Next up is the board chair's report. I would like to lead off with, I had the opportunity to serve as a moderator for the New Hanover County Schools Battle of the Book Championship at the elementary school level. So I got firsthand to watch these young people in action. You cannot believe the amount of information that they read and retain and can send back out. It was very exciting. And I also got to participate in the middle school regional competition with schools from across our region. So that was wonderful. I also participated in a portrait of a graduate work session that DPI hosted for 500 of our closest colleagues on a Zoom call, where we were just talking about what it looks like for our graduates of the future. I have asked Dr. Faust on behalf of the board to commission a task force to address issues identified in the New Hanover County Schools Climate Survey. He appointed Dr. Chris Barnes to helm that task force, and I asked Judy Justice and Hugh Mcmanus to serve as board representatives on that task force. Recruitment will begin shortly so that work can begin before the end of the school year, and identified action can be included in the strategic plan and in daily operations as appropriate. Wanted to remind us that our April interim meeting was going to be a work session to continue this budget discussion. I'm looking forward to that. Our May 17th interim meeting falls on primary election day, so we will need to discuss that further about that date. Wanted to remind us all that since we are in April right now, that the board meetings and committee meetings will return to in-person only, that the district will continue to live stream and post our regular, interim, and special board meetings to YouTube, but those interested in attending board or district committees, task force, advisory meetings will need to do so in person. And this is pretty much in alignment with the other New Hanover County governmental agencies. And lastly, I wanted to just let everyone know that applications season is open for the New Hanover County Schools Board of Trustee nominee. So that opened on March the 30th, and they will close on May the 13th. Oh, but did I say that?
New Hanover County School Board of Trustees. It's Cape Fear Community College.
Right, the New Hanover County Schools appointee to the Cape Fear Community College Board of Trustees. So that's all I had. Thank you. Next up is the call to the audience.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am?
Can we take a short break first?
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's just,
This is going to be an hour.
yeah. Okay, let's come back in like 5 minutes, okay, by no later than quarter of.
Put it on a server.
they're all in their meeting.
Okay, it looks like we have a quorum back. Okay, next up on our agenda is call to the audience. Thank you all for signing up to share your comments and concerns with the board. As we've stated before, we welcome engagement from our school community and from the community at large. There are several items I'd like to cover, as I always do, before we get started to call to the audience. Per Board Policy 2310, the board allows up to 1 hour of public comment for call to the audience. Please speak on the topic that you indicated on your call to the audience sign-up. The public has asked the board and our school system to be more transparent and truthful, and we respectfully ask that you do the same. Please refrain from using profanity, derogatory language, and other slurs in your remarks, or you will be asked to sit down and leave if it continues. Individuals may stand at their seats in support of a speaker or stand alongside the podium with the individual speaker, but aisles must be kept clear at all times per fire code regulations. Please remember that audience members are not allowed to approach the dais. If you have something for us, please take those to our board clerk at the table over there. Disruptions by any persons at a public meeting are subject to disciplinary action, including removal from the meeting. We must respect the rights of individuals who are here to address the board, as well as those who have come to listen. Audience members should refrain from yelling out or responding to comments made by speakers during call to the audience. Violators who are disruptive will be given one warning, and if the behavior continues, they will be asked to leave. Before we move on, I recognize that one of the person that I apologized to earlier in the evening is now with us in the audience. Mr. Rocky Jeter. I wanted to just state to you publicly, because you didn't get a chance to hear it, that you had pointed out to me that I had made a mistake in how I asked you to sit down when I should have asked you to sit at your seat. So please accept my apologies, as I did in my email earlier in the week. So with that, first up is Mr. Sutton, Chris Sutton.
First off, let's go and address your email from earlier this week. Actually, it was a week and a half ago when you sent him telling them that he's still wrong. And even tonight, now you're changing it where we do not have the ability to stand in this aisle and hold a sign in support. This has been the regulatory norm. You violated this man's civil rights. Roll your eyes all you want. You violated this man's civil rights in February. In March, we didn't say anything leading up to the March meeting because we knew you were going to allow other people to walk up here, stand on either side of the speakers, and hold up signs. The regulatory norm before the February meeting was people were allowed to hold up signs. They were also allowed to walk up here and support. Case in point, the January meeting, Denise Yanone walked up here with the SEPTA ladies in support of her. And then the meeting beforehand, the December meeting, Sandy Isles was allowed to extend a seclusion room a banner across the entire room. Ms. Crable, like you're acting like you apologized to this man. Let me go ahead and read out that you stated that he still does not have the right to hold a sign and stand here in the middle. This is our right. Like you want to play like it's fire code now, but this is what's been allowed. This is why we asked for written rules of decorum, because this isn't the first time. You accosted me when Miss Judy Justice was getting censured. You tried to silence me during a recess break, told me I had not the power to even discuss things in the audience. Miss Adams had to set you straight. I know you remember this. And Miss Adams, when she used the power incorrectly, even that far back, we need written rules of decorum. It's been used against us as a weapon, as the people. This is just wrong. Again, you owe that man a real apology. Not telling him that he can stand over at the seat. Tell him that what you did was wrong because you embarrassed him. And that was his friend that came up here in March and held those signs on either side. You really need to address this because this is wrong. And we're going to end up having another Office of Civil Rights complaint against us if you don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Next up is Mark Whitehead. Okay, Allison Lashford.
Hi, my name is Allison Lashford. I'm a special education teacher in the intense behavior support classroom at Ashley High School and an NCAE member. With the pandemic, there's been a lot of talk about learning loss. The focus has turned to curriculum and technology as solutions to get our students back on track, but little has been mentioned about the importance of relationships. Relationships are what our school communities are built upon. For many of our students, it's a relationship with an educator that inspires them to enter school buildings every day. Whether it be a TA with a shared interest in sports, the cafeteria staff that knows they prefer chocolate milk, the bus driver that asks how their day went, or the custodian that greets them with a high five. I see this in my classroom every day, where I am lucky enough to work with two incredible TAs, Mr. Triplett and Mr. Hanover. Recently, a student broke the news to me that I was not his favorite teacher. He said, "I'm sorry, Miss Lashford, Mr. Triplett and Mr. Hanover are my favorites. I don't have a positive male role model in my life," those were his words, "and they take the time to work with me and help me when I need it." Relationships bring that young man to school every day, and relationships will see him through the graduation someday. Somehow in all the talk about budget and priorities, it has been implied that supporting educators, especially our classified staff, is contradictory to supporting our students, and the opposite is true. Supporting all educators with a living wage that reflects their worth is supporting our students. A recent survey sent out by New Hanover County Association of Educators was completed by over 700 staff in 33 schools. Only 46% of respondents said they were definitely returning to their jobs in the fall. 64% of respondents said boosting pay for classified staff to $17 an hour would significantly boost their job satisfaction and willingness to return. We cannot afford to lose classified staff and relationships built at school to higher paying jobs. It's time to recognize the individuals that work every day to ensure our community's children receive a quality education. Raise classified staff to a starting hourly rate of $17 an hour. Show our students you support them by supporting educators. Thank you.
Sandy Isles. Sandy Isles.
Good evening. First, thank you to Ms. Justice and Ms. Walker for supporting the review of demographic data on seclusion and restraint and for working to get the discussion on the agenda this evening. I also want to thank Mr. Wildeboer for taking the time to meet with Guy Stevens, myself, and others to learn more about our concerns and effective ways we can improve our practices. We all want safe schools. For 15 months, I've come to you every month asking you to improve our policy so that it's safer for both students and staff. Currently, our policy meets the bare minimum as required by the state. We can and should do better. Our standards should be higher than the minimum requirement. Our standards should prioritize safety and best practices. Our practices should not cause harm. We know the use of seclusion and restraint is dangerous for everyone. We know it is traumatizing for both students and staff. Teachers do not become teachers to seclude and restrain children. They become teachers to teach. We know it does not solve or prevent behavior problems and often makes them worse. Tonight, I ask you to change our policy to limit the use of seclusion only when written in IEPs and with written parental consent. I also ask you to change our policy to prohibit prone restraints and any restraint that restricts breathing in children. I also ask you to put a clear plan in place so that our staff are empowered when working with children. Provide them with the tools they need to prevent behaviors and solve problems causing those behaviors. I'm asking you to set goals now for next school year so that we can begin transitioning to seclusion-free practices. This can and should be done safely. We must empower teachers. We must end practices that cause trauma and harm to our students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Isles. Cynthia Silva.
I am Cynthia Silva, an EC teacher for 20 years. I want to first thank Dr. Faust for opening the Superintendent Advisory Committee to NCAE as we continue to work together for best outcomes for our students. Our students are why we are here tonight and why we continue to advocate for them. In December, New Hanover County Schools conducted a climate survey to find out why employees are resigning. Comments submitted to the climate survey overwhelmingly stated that educators feel undervalued and know that they are underpaid, causing low morale. After employees shared that information, New Hanover County Schools hired consultants to determine if educators were paid appropriately. The results were that, yes, we are underpaid, and this undervaluing has contributed to low morale. NCAE conducted a survey of over 700 educators in which 76% stated investing in employees, either by increasing pay or bonuses, is the #1 priority. What is driving that statistic is that over 50% of our educators who completed the survey work a second job. Your climate survey and your consultants and the NCAE survey all say that we need to, 1, increase all classified pay to a minimum of $17 per hour starting this July. Any delay or multi-year rollout will again put our students at risk of not having the staff needed in the schools. 2, consistent improved system and support for dealing with disruptive and dangerous behavior. 3, consistent planning periods instead of covering classes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Donna Gargett. Oh.
Let's not blame the teachers and fix the system. While I was excited to hear my daughter's school had Spire's reading program, I am also incredibly frustrated that it was only used with her for a total of 3 weeks. The only teacher trained in Spire's was out for leave and then later resigned. Why would we only train one teacher, especially at a school where reading proficiency is at 32%, the same school with a high population of Black and brown children, the same school with a seclusion room, the same school that was targeted to address high rates of behavioral interventions? Is everyone connecting the dots? Not addressing reading failure compacted with improper behavioral modification is a direct path to creating the school-to-prison pipeline, but it doesn't have to be. Spires is based in Orton-Gillingham practices that target areas that my daughter struggles with because of dyslexia. Dyslexia can be remediated with such practices. We can actually change the pathways in the brain with explicit instruction, but programs don't teach students. Well-trained teachers do. My nonprofit, Blank Canvas Awareness Art, will be investing over $10,000 in teacher training for Orton-Gillingham practices through a grant we received. I urge the board to see how important it is to invest in more teacher training. Please also consider the cost of retraining versus retraining teachers with fair wages. Let's stop ignoring low literacy, especially when it's one of the most great solvable problems of our time. Please make literacy and our children a priority. And I'd also just like to mention that my budget was $0 to be able to provide this training, but somehow my nonprofit found a way, and I hope you will too.
Thank you, Ms. Gargett. Melissa Mason.
Hello, I'm Melissa Mason. Our schools are failing. Instead of educating our children, the board wants to treat the whole child, as stated in Policy 6140. This board continues to ignore reading, writing, and math while giving schools tasks they have neither the competence nor the right to perform. Schools are not healthcare providers. Schools are not parents. But as shocking as it sounds, this board has enacted policies to take away your right to parent your child. During a Title IX meeting last school year, a policy was addressed for a gender support plan. The support plan assesses a parent's level of acceptance for a student's gender change. If the support is assessed to be too low, schools can reassign your child's gender and hide the information from you. Yes, you heard that correctly. This is classic grooming behavior. Keep it a secret between you and me, and don't tell your parents. And when we discuss gender roles and sexual relations with children below the age of puberty, that's sexual abuse. But this board continues to enact, defend, and when necessary, hide these disgusting criminal policies. I understand there's a need for mental health support, but it's not the school's job. We need to get out of the business of mental health and hospitals and get back to the business of educating. You can find more information about this and me at melissaforeducation.com. Thank you.
Good evening. I have something to do, but y'all pull out your phones and get your calculators ready. We're going to do some math. Tonight's a night of thank yous and apologies, and I want to apologize to each of you for the tone I used with you last month. I don't like sarcasm, and I sat here and you were dealing with the suspension of the 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, and my blood started to boil. And one should never speak when they're angry, and I was angry. I apologize for my tone. The popcorn remark was over the top, and I do apologize. Now, I signed up for the budget. Everybody got their phone out? We lost 1,300 students in 2020. We have lost 2,500 students in 2021. Tonight, you talked about how many dollars you get allotted for every child. So if you multiply the 3,800 students we've lost times the $3,434, my little calculator comes up with $13 million that you will not have in funding next year. So I wanted to point that out. It's a pretty high number, and 335 of those students this last year went to charter schools. 232 dropped out. Homeschool, 252, and private schools, 301. We have a crisis with parents voting with their feet, and they're leaving the school district. You've got all this COVID money, which is wonderful, but you're not going to have it in just a couple of years, and you're going to have to find a way to fund the schools. So you need to pay attention to the fact that we're driving students out of school. Thank you.
Good evening to the board and Dr. Faust. My name is Jacqueline D'Alessio, and I'm standing before you as an educator in your county at Winter Park Elementary, an advocate for our special needs children, and a member of NCAE. We've been advocating for months to raise pay for classified staff in our county. The climate survey that the county completed in December, the results of the salary study, and even more recently, a survey pushed by many of the educators sitting and standing right in this room, have all told us the same thing. They've yielded the same results. Your staff feels undervalued, micromanaged, and most importantly, significantly underpaid for their service and experience. The time for debate is through. The wage for classified staff must be raised to a living wage of $17 an hour with a 1% increase based on years of experience. I know that many of you on this board support us, and thank you. Thank you for listening to us. As you embark on the formation and passing of the budget, I hope you continue to advocate for us. Be our voice when we aren't standing here in front of you. Prove that you value your staff. Retain those of us who are here and help us recruit even more qualified staff, certified and classified, to make this system stronger. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Robert Campbell. Robert Campbell. Oh, I don't see him. Yeah. Tracy McCormick.
Glasses. Hi, board members. My name is Tracy McCormick, and I am a new employee at New Hanover County Schools this school year. I'm a TA, and I support the third grade team, and I'm a current TA of the year at my school. I'm speaking tonight in support of the living wage raises and step increases for all classified workers, and we urgently need it included in the budget. If students are going to catch up on their learning, which you have stated in your number one priority, then they will need consistent relationships with adults, small group learning, more TAs, and classroom vacancies to be filled. All of these solutions require the retention and recruitment of more staff. But right now, because we haven't taken action, we are losing more staff, and those numbers will continue to rise if nothing is done. The stress levels are increasing, the cost of living is at an all-time high, and yet the only thing that is not increasing is our wages. You've heard this same story again and again during the call to audiences. You read on how overworked and undervalued we feel in the climate survey. You heard your own financial consultants advise you on fundraisers, or this crisis of low morale, low staffing, and student learning loss will only get much worse. We know that the county commissioners are the ones who ultimately decide the budget, but it is imperative that you include these raises in the budget you propose to them. If you don't ask for these raises in the budget, at least 17 an hour and step increases each year, then there is no chance that we will be able to stabilize this crisis. You don't need to do another survey or implement the task force. You already know what your educators need to stay and what our students need to learn. Livable wages so that our educators can survive on their salaries, stay in their profession, and support the kids that we really do love and care about. Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha, Natasha, too.
Good evening. I'm here to advocate for parent rights. I've spoken before this board quite a few times over the past few months, and I'm going to try something new. I'm not really going to speak to you. I'm going to speak to the parents because I don't think really any of you guys are listening. Part of parent rights is knowing what your kids are, it's available for them to read. Chapter 10 in Lawn Boy by Jonathan Evison. Placing her knee between my legs, she wrestled off her sweater and unbuttoned her blouse and pulled off her panties. And she climbed on top of me before I even had the chance to savor the moment. I'm not saying I wasn't grateful. To this day, I remain grateful to Gina Costarello. And whatever whim or combination of alcohol or restlessness prompted her to unbutton my jeans and straddle me in the passenger seat of that Malibu. And don't get the idea that it didn't feel good either. It was a revelation like I'd never known. A welling of rapture from my heels to my temples. The experience literally emptied me. For 90 seconds after Gina climbed off me, roughly the time it took for her to get her clothes back on, I felt shucked like an oyster as I gathered my breath. This is in middle schools. You think this is appropriate? Are you aware of what's available for our kids to read? There's a whole list. You need to be a little more active. I don't know how these are getting approved. I'm sure you're not reading every book that gets approved, but there needs to be something done. This is pornographic, and I believe it breaks some kind of law, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm not sure if you're really concerned about breaking laws because you trampled all over our constitutional rights for the past 2 years.
Thank you, Ms. T. It was on. It's not very, am I on? Because people are having no trouble, okay. Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Toothman.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Toothman, and I am the receptionist at SeaTech High School. First of all, I'd like to thank Madam Chair, the Board of Members, and Dr. Faust for listening to our concerns tonight. I'm here to add my voice to the organized clamor in support of permanent raises and step increases for all classified staff in our school district. I'd also like to shift the narrative of classified staff for just a moment. When we talk of classified staff, we often focus on our awesome teaching assistants and bus drivers. We also need to hear from our office staff, our custodial staff, our tradespeople, and so many more of us who are vital to the basic functioning of a school. In my building, our classified staff work multiple jobs on top of their current full-time positions because they can't survive on their salaries with the ever-increasing cost of living. I have a part-time job too. One of our classified staff members is so competent that she actually does the work of 3 different positions for the low, low price of 1 salary. Bless her. We are all hardworking folk that do so much more than clean, punch numbers, and answer phones. We often are the first ones in and the last ones out of the building each day, ensuring that it continues to stand so quality learning can take place. We love our jobs and find great purpose in them. That's what keeps us coming back every day. But as the cost of living rises all around us, it becomes harder every paycheck. Even with the latest raise, I make less than $15 an hour. I have a master's degree, y'all. That's crazy. Even with our latest, it is insulting. It stresses me out that I'm just one financial emergency away from making a hard decision to seek employment elsewhere. I implore you to put pressure on the commissioners to fund whatever you need in order to follow the recommendations laid out in the salary study that we paid for. If we can be #1 in the state for certified teaching supplements, then what will it take to bring classified staff to that same status? It's time to value us. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Jessica Conant. Jessica. Is Jessica Conant here?
She is not. She is in work. She's our PTA president and we wanted to be here, but she's on the way.
I'd move her to the end. That's not a problem. Alicia Ogundelli.
Good evening. School suspension do more harm. Suspensions have greater negative effects on learning outcomes, attendance, and future behavior of our students. By being expelled from the system, children are not only losing access to their early learning experience, they may also likely lose references to receive services and support that they need to thrive while they're suspended. These disparities in access to resources start early and may compound over time. Suspension of 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds predict later academic failure, school dropout, and increased likelihood of later incarceration, creating the school-to-prison pipeline, or should I say cradle-to-prison pipeline, being that these are our babies, with devastating and costly consequences. These negative outcomes include lower educational achievement, lower graduation rates, lower college enrollment rates, and higher involvement in juvenile and adult criminal justice system. Most educators believe that every student, whatever their color, background, or zip code, has the right to learn in a supportive environment. One that respects their humanity, upholds their dignity, and responds fairly to the mistakes and missteps that they make. However, zero tolerance and other exclusionary school discipline policies contradict these beliefs and instead push kids out of the classroom at record rates. My question is, why are our children expendable in the public system? Why is it not a priority to change Policy 53 when it's clearly that you are aware of the effects on our children? This appears to me to be another form of systematic racism at its best. How can you fix a broken system when you won't address the policies that produce broken children?
Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Hello, I'm Kim Geiger. I taught elementary school here for 4 years in New Hanover County, and last year I made the very difficult decision to leave the classroom and pursue a master's degree so that I could redirect my career into the higher paying fields of educational consulting and instructional design. It wasn't an easy decision to leave the classroom. I love my students and I love my colleagues, and I definitely believed in public education. But by the end of my 4 years, I was so burnt out that I felt like I had been teaching for far longer. We were being asked to take on so many extra things, extra duties, constant new curriculum, even longer school days. Our contract hours are from 7 to 3, but when I left the classroom, students were arriving before 7 a.m. and leaving sometimes as late as 3:45. All of this without any compensation or additional compensation or staffing support. When I did finally leave the classroom, the unsustainability of working in our schools became even clearer to me. I was able to see how much I had been missing and how much I had given up, how much my personal life had suffered because of the stress and the lack of institutional support. When I left the classroom, I was able to have hobbies again, something unthinkable before, and I could even make far more money doing far less. No one starts working in a public school because they think it's going to be easy or calm or high paying. But what you're asking educators to do, and for the salary that you're asking them to do it, is unjust. New educators will not stay. Veteran educators will retire. Young people thinking about going into education will no longer choose to. Why would they when they cannot survive on these salaries in Wilmington, and when the job itself has become so difficult, largely due to staffing shortages caused by low salaries? It's a vicious cycle, and one that you have the unique power to interrupt. When you go to the county commissioners with your budget proposal, I implore you to include permanent raises for all classified staff, at least $17 an hour with a 2% yearly step increase, or I'm sorry, $16 an hour with a 2% yearly step increase, or 17 with 1%. This will increase staffing levels across the board, which will support everyone.
Ms. Geiger, your time is up. Thank you. Rocky Jeter Webb.
Okay, before I start, I just have one thing to say. Mrs. Craybill, you got my last name wrong. It's Jeter Webb.
I just said that, I think.
I meant earlier.
They certainly do. Mr. Sutton, no more. Mr. Jeter, it's your turn.
My name is Rocky Jeter
Webb.
Webb. My name is Rocky Jeter Webb, and my civil rights were violated by current chairwoman Stephanie Craybill, aka Connie Craybill, at the February school board meeting. I stood behind the speaker during the call to the audience while holding a sign, which is an activity that had been allowed in previous meetings. I was told to put the sign down and sit down. I was not even allowed to stand in support of the speaker. To make matters worse, Mrs. Craybill then allowed multiple people to approach the front and hold signs during the call to the audience session of the March meeting. Was I singled out because of my race? I felt I had been wrong and asked for an apology. I was told by Mrs. Craybill that I still had no right to stand behind the speaker and hold a sign up like other people have been allowed to do. I plan to file a United States Department of Education offensive civil rights complaint against the school district for this offense. Our community needs written rules of decorum, so we have a guide. We need written boundaries so the person occupying the seat of school board chair can't just make up rules as they go. Mrs. Craybill has been making up the rules as she goes. She has not acknowledged her mistake or apologized. A good leader has the self-awareness to reflect on a situation and admit when they are wrong. A strong leader has enough humility to apologize and seek forgiveness. I expect Mrs. Craybill not only to be censored by her fellow board members, I demand her resignation. She has lied about her principles to get elected. She has been exposed. She is a liar and a poor leader. If she has any integrity, she will resign from the school board for the good of New Hanover County community. Let's go, Brandon.
Jordan Organdelli. Is Jordan Organdelli here? Okay. Angela Caney.
Almost feel a little like your ally at the moment, but April's Child Abuse Awareness Month, and I feel like I need to define that, but I'm not going to. In the essence of time, perhaps John Doe 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, and 14 are nothing more than numbers to each of you, but to the rest of us with a conscience, these are real people, human beings, someone else's children, victimized by a child predator at school where they were supposed to be safe. Not a book, a predator. But these children weren't due to the negligence of former staff. You deflect responsibility onto those before you, yet it is the 7 of you that hold the power right now to request your unconscionable litigation team to go after 10 of the 14 victims of Michael Kelly and try to have them erased from the lawsuit like their pain doesn't even matter. Kelly confessed he was convicted of these crimes. He also admitted that there were multiple complaints made against him by students and parents that administration and the school board chose to repeatedly ignore. The negligence allowed him and others to further victimize children. Not only is the leadership irresponsible in failing to protect children to begin with, but you're cruel to allow these victims to be traumatized over and over again With your countless depositions, your incessant psych evals, and your pathetic attempts to abuse and exhaust them to the point of simply giving up on seeking justice for these heinous crimes. We care too much to let that happen. Listening to Deborah Stagner argue without emotion that public schools are not insurers of children's safety is outrageous. It's absolutely your job, though you fail to do it, to keep children safe in locos parentis when they are in your care. This community should be outraged that you spend money from our budget and argue such outlandish claims. If it's not the responsibility of the school system, please do tell me who is responsible for child safety, with some as young as 4 when they're at school. All eyes are on this case. This case will be a catalyst for change, as it'll be referenced in the years to come. Is this your legacy?
Your time is up.
Apparently so.
Thank you. Folks, when you can see the names up there, so if you can't hear your name being called, then you're welcome to come to the podium.
Good evening. Schools are one of 5 major components to building a strong community, particularly one that has the stated intent of eliminating violence. You all are the governing body of New Hanover County Schools. You set the tone, the direction, and the goals for achievement and outcomes. In the strategic plan you are considering tonight, I note the goal of providing facilities and services focused on safety and wellness to enhance teaching and learning. The people outcome of this strategy states that by 2027, the schools will operate safe and supporting learning environments, including supportive and instructive discipline measures with minimal out-of-school suspensions, utilizing evidence-based practices. The tactic for implementing this goal is number 2.24, which is to support discipline policies and practices that are instructive, restorative, developmentally appropriately, and equally applied. This would be worked on by student and support staff and reviewed by annual discipline data, and with the goal of 50% reduction of out-of-school suspensions annually, excluding serious safety offenses. I'm amazed that you're only trying to reach in 5 years a 50% reduction out of school suspensions. I understand that you're talking about all age groups. However, I would have expected that you would make clear statements, particularly about the youngest elementary school students. Out of school suspensions are an adverse childhood experience. They lead to incarceration in many cases when you have more than 4 of them. You need to ensure that these young children find school nurturing, a safe haven, a place to be. Find a way, in all the wealth we have, to have more than a 50% reduction in 5 years. And I hope that the amended agenda tonight will address this issue positively.
Thank you, Ms. Garrow. Mulaney Cooper.
Good evening. It's National Poetry Month. I have a poem to share called 2 Minutes. 2022, 2 minutes to speak against institutionalized education brutality. Holding our children in seclusion rooms while the board lacks taking action for our children in school. 2 minutes to speak, a lifetime to pay. When a 4, 5, 6, 7-year-old gets suspended, who pays? Look at the statistics, it's clear as day to see. The majority of students being harmed look a lot like me. You all seem to pay attention to the 2-minute clock. Why does it take so long for your inaction to stop? We gather here monthly, every first Tuesday, for the board to give back blank stares at the words that we say. In the words of Audre Lorde, and the speaking will get easier and easier, and you will find you have fallen in love with your own vision, which you may have never realized you had. And at last, you'll know with surpassing certainty that only one thing is more frightening than speaking your truth, and that is not speaking. Brothers and sisters, I commend you all for coming here month after month, every Tuesday, speaking towards the callousness that we see before us. I suggest that everyone who was unhappy about what's happening here vote. And for the rest of my time, can we remain silent and think about the lives of the children whose lives have been ruined by the inaction of the people that you voted in? Think about that. My time is up. Thank you.
How y'all doing today? My name is Robert Bellamy. I am here in support of Love Our Children. I want to say that I have not been a part of something this important in many years. And I know all of you, board members, make major decisions every day. Very important decisions. And I truly have to respect that. You all have tons of knowledge. You all have common sense. Tons of common sense, and you know 1,000 times or more how this system works. And you know what's best for these kids, 4, 5, 6, and 7 years old, because you all have common sense. Your decision can change so many lives, like putting a $20 bill in a corn machine in a laundromat. You are the bill. You make the change. And you can bring more attention to the hidden problems in this system. Your vote can change a system that you know is not working because you have common sense. And by changing your vote today, you will see how it is and see how it is so needed to make change work even better, even years to come. If the American people can change, so why not change the system? You know this is not working. Your vote can change that. Vote in favor of our kids with a pretty please, with a pretty please. And I'd like to stand here for my last couple of minutes, and I want people to realize what's happening over in the Ukraine and all the oppressed people all over the world. I want you to just have a little prayer in your head. Just think about them. Pray for them. Pray that the Russian tanks and weapons, maybe a hurricane or something, destroy everything. Pray for these people because they need our help. And thank you very much for my time.
Thank you. Julie Copeland. Yolanda Hernandez. Are you Julie? Yes. I'm sorry.
First, I would like to say thank you to the members that have voted to eliminate out-of-school suspensions for ages 4 through 7. Thank you. For the rest of you, I have to ask, how closely are teachers and administrators required to look into why these children may be behaving this way? Are they being abused, neglected, or just simply dealing with the stresses of relative poverty? How can we justify imposing such an extreme form of discipline on our youngest children, our youngest learners, if we're not asking the question of where this behavior is coming from? Now, as well-rounded, educated, rational adults, I'm certain you all are aware of the direct correlation between home life and a child's behavior. For some students, school is the only place that they're going to find a hot meal, an adult they can trust, and an encouraging word. For some, it may be being the only sanctuary they have from an abusive home. By suspending these vulnerable children, we are taking away the only stability that some of them may have and sequestering them back into the very environments that are causing the behavior we're punishing. You must work now, not 3 years from now, to end out-of-school suspensions for these children ages 4 through 7, or we will continue to lose good children to a system of bad governance. Children who may simply be crying out for help in the only way they know. Thank you. Please.
Yolanda Hernandez.
I'm here tonight to remind you that sometimes 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds act like 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. And sometimes adults act like 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. Did you hear about Will Smith at the Academy Awards? I'm sure you did. He slapped Chris Rock during a live broadcast. If that had taken place in one of our kindergarten classrooms, Mr. Smith would have disrupted the class, used inappropriate language, and showed disrespect. In other words, he would have likely been suspended from school. We know that's true because he's a black male. Look at your own data. There are alternatives to kicking out our babies from school that are currently being used elsewhere. One of them is restorative justice. First, you talk to everyone who's been harmed. In my example, that would include Mr. Rock, Mr. Smith, and his wife. You give them the opportunity to be heard and felt heard. Then you discuss what justice could look like to achieve the appropriate level of accountability. The goal is to help them heal and to restore their relationships. Solution-based thinking to classroom disruptions helps our children. Out of school suspensions harm our children. Thank you, Ms. Justice, Ms. Walker, and Ms. Wellborough. Sorry, I'm just your name. And for supporting the end of out-of-school suspension for 4, 5, and 6, 7-year-olds, except for guns, drugs, or violent assault. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, your time is up. Sorry. Loretta Stackhouse. Just yell at me now.
I come tonight advocating for the children, not just the 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds that are being suspended from school, but all the children in New Hanover County school system. We can do better. We can provide a safe, comforting learning environment for all children. You, the board, can lead the way. You were elected to lead the way. Do the job you were elected to do. Make policy changes. School systems across the nations have solutions that work. Give directives to the superintendent to recommend solutions and changes that are needed. He reports to you. Tell him what you want and when you want it. Hold him accountable. Things are happening on his watch. The children look to the adults to provide what is needed. The adults look to the ones they voted into positions to perform the jobs they asked for and provide what the children need. Some of you are not doing the job. We can remove you. We will replace you. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock.
Peter Rowich.
Thank you. Once again, I want to start out by thanking Ms. Justice, Ms. Walker, Mr. Wildeboer for supporting the end of out-of-school suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. I also want to congratulate Ms. Farnham and Ms. Cole and the elementary school principals, teachers, and staff for reducing out-of-school suspensions to their lowest levels in 40 years. There were 81 out-of-school suspensions in the first half of this year, you can see my chart, compared to the more than 800 out-of-school suspensions in the 2018-2019 school year. That's over a 90% reduction. Well done. New Hanover County Schools has a plan. It's working, and it's positioned to start implementing the end of out-of-school suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds at the beginning of the new school year in August and September. No more kicking out our youngest learners out of school for minor infractions like insubordination, inappropriate language, and disrespect. And again, elementary principals would still be able to suspend students for serious infractions, such as guns, drugs, or a violent assault. All we need is one more vote, one more Board of Education member to vote for bringing some common sense and humanity to policy 4300. So thank you, Mr. Mcmanus, for adding ending suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, except for guns, drugs, or a violent assault, to tonight's agenda. Now let's get it done.
Ms. Craybill, why don't you look at that sign? Just stop the lies, Craybill, resign now. So I'm demanding that you resign right now before the day is out, that you resign. I pulled my grandson out of your schools because of the communistic, tyrannical abuse, and what you did with Rocky was the end. You need to resign. You need to do it now. I'm done.
Thank you. Leslie Posey.
Good evening, again. I don't know about you, but I'm getting tired of this. It continues to be obvious that some members of this board have no interest in listening to the public. Otherwise, why keep making it so difficult to attend and speak to you? Ignoring us is not going to make the problems in this district go away. Bullying and fights are at an all-time high. More SROs is not the solution to that problem. Implementing social emotional learning programs such as conscientious discipline is. I'm not sure why members of our community are scared to have their kids taught to be aware of their feelings and needs and those of others, but that's basically what SEL is. Sexual abuse and its cover-ups continue to be an ongoing issue because this board refuses to step up and solve the problems. Teachers are leaving at an unprecedented rate. According to an article on WHQR yesterday, 183 teachers have retired or resigned this school year. That doesn't include other employees such as TAs, bus drivers, office staff. Being micromanaged, threatened, and unappreciated does not make happy employees. Kids are still being locked in seclusion rooms. When kids are scared to go to school, they don't learn well. Kids are still being suspended. Once a child has been suspended, even in the lower grades, they are far more likely to drop out. You hold the keys to these problems. Groups like Love Our Children and Educational Justice have been telling you about them for more than a year. It's time to drop the politics, listen to us and each other, and do your job.
Good evening. Do you know what a color revolution is? If not, you have homework. And that's a message to everyone listening and to anyone holding public office. Until you know and understand this, you have no business making any decisions for anybody in public office whatsoever. Some of the main components of implementation are demoralize the population, divide people, use fear, it's the greatest motivator. Utilize crisis, whether real, fake, or manufactured, and then offer a perceived solution. Yay, happy ignorant people. Confuse people and divert attention towards said crisis while consistent, subtle action is taken toward removing rights from the people. Bring the population to its knees under tyrannical rule. Does this sound familiar? Look around, people. You're either part of the problem or the solution. This same playbook has been employed in countless nations across the globe and is exactly what's happening in the United States right now. Many of the actions of this board are very much in line with that. We the people, the true guardians of our children in New Hanover County Schools, will see to it that they nor we become victims of this agenda. 2 minutes is short, so I'll move on. Ms. Craybill, you are a disgrace to public service in general. You have deceived the people who put you on this board. You have violated the trust of parents and betrayed the children whom you have the duty to serve. It is very clear all over this county that the general disgust for you is abundant. My observation is that the people's voices will be heard, and if ignored, they will get louder. Tonight, the majority of this room is full of people here for your resignation, with overwhelming bipartisan support. This would be a good first step in the cleansing process for this board to move forward, so I ask that you please do the right thing and concede to the will of the people.
Thank you. Your time is
now.
up. Liz Henry. Denise Yanone.
I'm Denise Yanone, President of New Hanover County Special Education PTA. Our children are in crisis. According to the National Institute of Mental Health, 20% of youth ages 13 to 18 live with a mental health condition. 50% of all lifetime cases of mental illness begin by age 14 and 75% by age 24. The average delay between onset of symptoms and intervention is 8 to 10 years. 37% of students with a mental health condition, ages 14 and older, drop out of school, the highest dropout rate for any disability group. 70% of youth in state and local juvenile justice systems have a mental illness. Suicide is the third leading cause of death in children ages 10 to 24. 90% of those who die by suicide had an underlying mental illness. Healthcare professionals recommend many positive behavior interventions. Seek medical and mental health support, individual therapy, art therapy, conscious discipline, ukero, peer support groups, and most importantly, healthy connections to adults. What is never recommended are the dangerous and damaging effects that punishing children for their mental illness, disability, or trauma are not recommended. Suspensions from school are not recommended. A big dose of restraint followed by seclusion is not recommended. Medical experts do not recommend further traumatizing kids with dangerous aversive punishment or isolating and segregating them in special classes. We must include our children at every level and have daily check-ins at home and at school to make sure our kids are okay. We must cherish our children and change our behavior instead of making their behavior worse and
Ms.
blaming
Yanone,
them
time
for
is up.
our failures.
Time is up.
We need to own
Amy
this
Hubbard.
and learn.
Ms. Hubbard.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Faust. I'm Amy Hubbard, the data manager and treasurer at SeaTech High School, and I have 13 years of experience working for the school system. I'm here tonight on behalf of the students I work with each day who are struggling ever more because they do not have consistent staffing they deserve in schools. Classified employees are the frontline workers in every school across New Hanover County. These are the workers students depend on daily for a friendly good morning, a smile, a shoulder to cry on, and so much more. Classified staff are not only TAs in the classroom and bus drivers on the road. Classified staff are data managers that keep Power School data accurate for you. Classified staff are treasurers that handle accounting for the schools and purchase supplies for classrooms. Classified staff are registrars, receptionists, custodians, technology workers, carpenters, electricians, plumbers, among lots of others. If New Hanover County Schools wants to retain quality, experienced classified staff, then you must improve the working conditions by raising our wages so we can survive on our salaries. So much of the data, we have so much data to back up why these raises are urgently needed. The climate survey showed that only 40% of classified staff say they feel valued. The salary study showed New Hanover's cost of living is about 10% higher than the rest of the state. Housing in New Hanover County is above the national average and 20% higher than the North Carolina average. The NCAE study echoed these findings by showing 50% surveyed said they currently work a second job to earn extra income. We know that the county commissioners will make the final decision about whether or not to fund the budget request, but first you have to give them the chance to do so and ask them, please ask them. Without these raises, more classified staff will leave and our students will continue to lose the frontline faces that they depend on every day for comfort and support. We're asking you to please consider the salary study recommendation to include your budget with a $16 per hour minimum wage with a 2% step increase each year, or the $17 per hour minimum wage with a 1% step increase each year starting July 2022.
Time is up.
Thank you for your time.
One speaker, Jessica Conant, who wasn't here and missed her time.
You didn't call Liz. Liz is on.
Skip right past her.
You skipped right past her.
I called her name about 5 times and she.
No, you did not. It's being live streamed. Now you gavel all you want, you still skipped her.
Please have a seat.
It's Liz turn by that.
If you don't
You
get
can actually go however you want.
You skipped her. It's her time. Her time to speak.
Are you afraid what you have to say? You skipped her on purpose.
Maybe she skipped by, she skipped the next speaker.
Yes. What do you think you are?
And then we'll have Liz speak after you.
Thank you, thank you. Jessica Conant.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I apologize for missing earlier. I was having a late day at work myself, but I appreciate you all being here. My name is Jessica Conant. I'm the proud mother of a 3rd grader at Pine Valley Elementary. It's also been my honor to serve as the PTA president at Pine Valley over the last 2 years. Extra challenges, of course, have been met with the pandemic, as we all know, but our teachers and our classified staff have risen to the occasion, as they always do. My teacher assistants, I'm a product of New Hanover County Schools myself. I was born and raised Wilmingtonian, and my teacher assistants and classified staff made a huge impact on my life. I could probably, as I was thinking back on my elementary school years, tell you some of my teacher assistants' names before my classroom teachers. These folks are the hands and feet of our school. I've gained even huger appreciation for these folks during my time as a volunteer and as PTA president at Pine Valley. They're out there in the mornings in the pouring rain letting our children in. They were out there during COVID pandemic doing temperature checks. But they're so much more than just what we tend to think of, maybe filing papers or taking our students here and there. They're working with small groups, they're working with large groups. They are making an impact on our students' educations, and they deserve a living wage that matches this impact. As a small business owner myself, I know that my folks expect a living wage, and they expect to make an impact. And I know these teacher assistants and these classified staff are making that impact, and they deserve that pay. I know the budget isn't entirely your decision, but bringing that encouragement to the county commissioners is. I encourage you to match this passion, this impact, and this love for students with the livable wage that these folks deserve. They are the hands and feet of our school, and they deserve everything and so much more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Conant. Liz Henry.
I spent months hearing safety as a justification for masking kids. Then I hear last month, it's not the school's job to keep students safe. I'm like, which is it? Is your job to keep students safe or not? I came to these meetings for months hearing the justification that we were masking kids to keep them safe. Last month, you guys flip-flopped. and now it's not your job to keep students safe. So I think you can understand that the citizens, that the people that take time to come to these meetings were confused. I also heard tonight your staff is saying that they feel undervalued and underpaid. So what was your response? What was your solution? You hired consultants. So your staff, who works with the students in this county, clearly communicated they wanted more pay. And your solution, your response, was to spend money on consultants. I also heard tonight that I heard somebody early on talking about how relationships are key, and they are. It's absolutely true. I'm a teacher, I'm an educator. The relationships are the most valuable part of the school experience. And when you undervalue people, you're just not going to create a successful school, a successful classroom, a successful anything. But and then the other thing about the money. The county commissioners, they gave themselves a raise. So I've heard the staff talk about needing more money.
Your time is up, Ms. Henry. Thank you. Okay, that concludes our call to the audience section of our agenda. Next up on our agenda
Madam
is
Chair.
information.
Nobody's listening. Madam Chair,
Yes.
could we take a 3-minute break?
Yeah, I'm down for that. Sure. 3 minutes. Board members, would you please come to the dais? Board members, please come to the dais. To talk, please take it out into the lobby. We're ready to move on.
You gotta get. Better not try and drink more water.
Ms. Barham, thank you for being here with us tonight. Next up on our agenda is discussion and information on seclusion and restraints.
Good evening, Board Chair Craybill, board members, Dr. Faust. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about the practices and protocols in place regarding the use of seclusion in New Hanover County Schools per policy. I want to start with sharing with you an excerpt from policy on school plan for the management of student behavior. Each school must have a plan incorporated into its school improvement plan for managing student behavior that incorporates effective strategies consistent with the purposes and principles established in Policy 4300 and the series of policies. School officials are encouraged to implement a system of positive behavior support and to seek other innovative and constructive methods of correcting and managing student behavior in an effort to avoid repeated misbehavior and suspension. And I'm reiterating this because this is a new policy for the district. This was approved in March of 2021, and so this is a plan that's being developed by schools currently. The plan addresses three different pieces: the process by which student behavior is addressed, including multi-tiered systems of support by a committee, and means that students at risk of repeated disruptive or disorderly conduct are identified, assessed, and assisted. So that would be that individualized plan for students. Second, positive behavior interventions and possible consequences that would be used. Next, parental involvement strategies that address when parents and guardians are notified or, more importantly, involved in the issues related to their children's behavior. And that's supported by a separate policy. And these steps are expected to be in place consistently and then thus reduce the likelihood that emergency crisis responses such as seclusion are utilized. Next, I'm going to remind you, because I know this is something that you've seen before, the proactive crisis prevention strategies that are in place ahead of the use of seclusion. And again, the proactive positive crisis prevention strategies are, again, best practices. They are proactive, and they are meant to be preventive. And these are to be used before using emergency response of seclusion and restraint. So one would be utilizing CPI's decision-making matrix. And CPI is the Crisis Prevention Institute that is the main training for verbal de-escalation strategies and then also physical response strategies of staff. In this, our staff develop strategies to lower the likelihood of problematic behavior and decrease the potential for harm. They record these strategies in the student's behavior intervention plan or crisis plan. And there are several components of this, and I just want to mention a few of these because they have to be utilized consistently. Being empathic and non-judgmental, so they're actively listening, validating the feelings, using supportive language with our students. Another very important component that is taught and reminded is respecting personal space. So making sure that staff members who are working with students who are in crisis or headed toward crisis, making sure that their body language is neutral and non-threatening, giving, if possible, 3 feet of personal space. That allows that support bubble. If it's necessary for staff to enter a student's personal space to provide care, They should be doing that and explaining to the person that they're there to support and help them to try to ease confusion and to ease fright. Use non-threatening verbals. Again, keeping language neutral, focusing on statements that clarify what you hear the student saying that they need. So if a student is saying, I'm confused, I'm scared, responding to that need. And this is all related to our training on our youth mental health first aid, helping our teachers and support staff understand the needs of our students so that they can respond supportively and appropriately. Again, keeping the emotional brain in check. We talk about that with our students. Well, we have to focus on that with our staff training as well. Staying calm, neutral, and professional. If a staff member feels themselves getting escalated, they need to have that partner that they can tag out with and have someone else step in. Our staff experience a lot of stressors as well. They need to have that partnership with their fellow staff to allow them to tag out and remain neutral and calm with our students. When our students might be asking challenging questions, ignore the challenge, not the person. It's really important to respond to the need, whether it's being fully verbalized or not. Bringing the focus back to how we can work together to solve the problem. Setting limits, again, that's important. Concise language, don't over-verbalize it. Respectful choices, being clear, speaking simply, and offering positive choices first. Another super important component of this is allowing wait time for compliance, for reflection and decision making. Not expecting a student whose behaviors are escalated to turn on a dime and comply immediately, but offering wait time so again they can process. And then allowing access to these calming tools and strategies, a calm space. Practice the use of these tools in the space when the student is calm, not waiting till a crisis to try to learn how to use calming supports. Provide reinforcement for using those as a calm down. And again, these are all necessary components prior to utilizing emergency response. The use of seclusion and restraint in New Hanover County schools can only be done in compliance, can only be done in accordance with policy, and can only be done when all other measures are exhausted. Are there potentially better opportunities or better methods out there? Absolutely, and we've got to be looking for those. We've got to be finding those that our teachers and our support staff can utilize. I want to share with you, and I appreciate you providing questions so that I can respond to the specific questions that you have. I want to share with you some communications and recent work around the data. So there have been questions on data analysis and the disproportionality of data presented by New Hanover County Schools versus other school districts. I can tell you, and I can name several individuals that we've spoken with. I can tell you that, let's see, in November, we received a communication from a parent community member asking for clarification on OCR seclusion data, which indicated that New Hanover County Schools is discrepantly or disproportionately high in the use of seclusion. Immediately, our team came together and started discussing where's this data being pulled from, because we don't make an immediate data report to that site. Where's the data coming from? How are other districts reporting the data? So a lot of team discussion. Early in January, on the 3rd and the 7th, in fact, contacted a DPI regional consultant to try to understand the data reported. A little time went by before having a response, and then the response was, let me try to find you another data reporting person. So later in January, did have contact with the data and reporting department in DPI, and found that DPI does not have data on which districts use seclusion and how they report to the OCR database. We know that New Hanover County Schools reports to the OCR database by every entry. We choose to use PowerSchool for that. Many districts, I'm learning, don't use PowerSchool to report every instance of seclusion or restraint. And I'm thinking that DPI thinks that that's a part of the discrepancy. Although, at the end of March, I will tell you, in submission of the comprehensive OCR, Office of Civil Rights report, I had to note if there was any area that we did not have data so that we would be contacted for an action plan on how to accomplish that data. Well, we have reported fully, so I'm assuming other districts have an action plan for how they report their data. There also will mention full transparency, not all districts utilize seclusion. And so there are some districts that don't utilize that as a response. Throughout this time, of course, engaging in a facility audit of our seclusion spaces completed by our safety director. Also making contact with executive director for the Center for Safer Schools to help us dig deeper into that data. Waiting on further response from that. Providing consistently with updated policies this school year, such as Policy 4302, the School Plan for Management of Student Behavior, and ensuring the consistent prevention methods and proactive and positive strategies with regard to managing student behavior, provided quarterly reminders of seclusion guidance to school administrators, and then increasing those practices, requiring that school administrators are present in any time that seclusion or restraint is utilized. Also in January, the behavior support team, which includes our student support staff and also special education staff, including school psychologists and behavior specialists, concluded an audit of seclusion and restraint. And again, this is for current year. So an audit of the data, the documentation, and the practices, including any observation when they're present in classrooms. These are folks that don't work in an office space. They only work in classrooms across the district. We created a monitoring plan for ongoing school support. In addition, added in routine technical assistance. Sometimes we can call those reminders, but this is a little more specific and intentional, technical assistance of safety practices that have been provided to the schools. Later in, or mid-February, met with a DPI contact for the discussion of data, again, from a data reporting hub. Still not certain that we can have any kind of answer. I've asked for a response from the staff that I've spoken with at DPI, specifically the executive director of the Center for Safer Schools. I've asked for a written response so that I can provide to you guys an understanding of why we see disproportionality in our data. I don't have that answer, but I've asked for that in writing. In later February, we were notified that we did receive a school safety grant, including $45,000 to train on Lives in the Balance lagging skills assessment for 10 schools. So the schools that have the higher numbers of those emergency response, such as seclusion and restraint, and providing that training for them. We have run into a little bit of an issue based on the timeline for that funding. It was provided to us in later February. I think it was the 22nd we were notified, and we have to spend it by the end of June, but we need to make sure that we can provide professional development for our teachers. And that's going to be an interesting calendar to put together. Early in March, asked for a Zoom meeting with DPI staff regarding data on seclusion and restraint, and that's when I reiterated the request for a statement. I emailed again at the end of March, since I haven't received that statement, just asking again. Like I mentioned, at the end of March, we completed our civil rights data collection report that goes to DPI first, because there is a requirement that we report that data to the State Board of Education. So it goes to DPI for a state board report, and then it's submitted to the Office of Civil Rights. We're continuing to work on our training plan for Lives in the Balance, which really focuses on a collaborative and proactive solutions model. And so I want to, I'll speak a little bit more about that in 1 second, but I want to also mention, I believe you can see in our strategic planning, your strategic planning discussion, and in some of the narrative and documents, that there's a focus on instructive, restorative, developmentally appropriate behavior policies and practices that would be equitably applied to our students. I will mention also, last week, we had a visit from Disability Rights North Carolina to come in and review seclusion spaces. They visited 5 of our schools. I've been in contact with the staff that visited, and we have a time set up later in the week to do another debrief, but they did provide a written response. The staff, administrative staff and other designated administrative staff in our schools welcomed them, provided them access to the spaces. And these are generally unannounced. We had about a 24-hour notice that they would be visiting so that they could have access. So we made sure that our administrators knew these folks have a right, they have a responsibility to. Our staff reported positive dialogue on practices and procedures. Disability Rights North Carolina responded with a couple of suggestions, and mainly on ensuring that there are no blind spot corners. That was one thing that was a real sticking point for them, making sure there are no blind spot corners. And when asked among our staff said, absolutely, we keep eyes on the student. If there's a blind spot and if we can't see the student, we enter the space. Of course, we want to make sure that we are, again, responding with the appropriate action for the needs of that student. So is that a safe action to take? But of course, if there's a need to adjust windows in the doors, that kind of thing, you know, given that if the practice maintains, then making sure that we are doing it with absolute fidelity. So in response to the questions, I want to share, so there's a question on demographics. Some data has been able to be released related to the demographics. Some data is not going to be able to be released because it would be identifiable. So there was a report I've found. There was a report that was released that had gender and race or ethnicity code added to it. I'll just go ahead and say consistently and by school. That is likely a violation of FERPA to release in this format simply because we didn't ensure a minimum in size. And I know that's kind of technical statistical language, but we didn't ensure that we were protecting the identity. So we have to make sure so that we are not releasing data in that way. So we're currently compiling new data, meaning current data, into a format that we use on a monthly report, which would still show cases by school, but it would not show the gender and race or ethnicity code of those cases by school, but a summary of cases by race and then cases by gender. Race or ethnicity code and then by gender. So the data's still there, you just can't align it to the individual student, therefore compromising identification. There's definitely inequity listed, or inequity found in the data. We see that more often, those students that are secluded are elementary ages. More often of those students, they are identified as Black and they are identified as males. And so that disproportionality, very concerning. It is also consistent with identification of students who are suspended from school and identification of students with disabilities, especially in behavior and emotional or other health impaired. So that is, that's ongoing work with regard to disproportionality. Our special education team focuses on culturally responsive teaching and utilizes institutions of higher education, such as UNCW, such as High Point University, in working on any efforts to address disproportionality with regard to Child Find, which is the identification of students with disabilities. Another important or frequently asked question, are we looking at the same students when we identify in this audit? And in review of the audit, yes, we do see the same student. And that creates the need for a behavior specialist to be more involved and help understand the triggers, that functional behavior analysis of what is the context that these behaviors occur, what are ways that you could prevent, are there any efforts, any stones unturned with preventing this problematic and crisis behavior? Those need to be put into that child's schedule. They need to be brought forth prior to problematic behavior. And again, I want to mention, are there any techniques or being used to manage student behavior in classrooms safely or classroom safety? Absolutely, but keeping in mind, seclusion is not a behavior management tool, it is a crisis response. It is not a behavior management tool. Students who utilize it for themselves, who seek self-seclusion or calming or seek isolation from stimulation or from sensory input, that's different. But again, these are not behavior management tools. This is not a disciplinary response. This is not meant to change behavior. This is meant to alleviate the crisis. The behavior occurred prior and has to be addressed separately. Are there ways or techniques, best practices to remove students before a crisis situation occurs? Absolutely. We have, and I would urge you to, as you are visiting schools, talk with staff about how they help students navigate their school day if they are students with special needs, and especially students with trouble regulating their own behavior or experience dysregulation. Visual schedules for communication when communication is overwhelming. There are just some times when tension is high, and even for typically developing individuals, when tension is high, using too many words is going to send me a little bit over the edge, even further. Using less words, using more visuals, using calm and neutral tones, again. And using applied behavior analysis, ABA, you hear about that, applied behavior analysis, really studying the needs of that student and supporting them incrementally in those adoption of positive behaviors. The training, I've mentioned a little bit about training that we provide to staff, whether it's Youth Mental Health First Aid, whether it's Crisis Prevention Institute, whether it's the monthly meetings for teachers of intensive behavior support classrooms. Those are not meetings to discuss the paperwork they're doing. Those are meetings to problem solve and talk about how they can be future focused and solution oriented with addressing intervention plans for their students. And they get to learn from each other. We have got to make sure that our teachers and support staff are included in their professional development plans and are included in how protocols and practices are created to address policy compliance. They are the ones in the classrooms. They are the ones that are experiencing it every day. And I remember when I was in the classroom and working with students with intensive behavior needs, I really felt like somebody needed to hear from me about what I was experiencing. You're not going to read a paragraph in a book or on Twitter or wherever else. That did not exist when I was in the classroom, just saying. But you're not going to understand the impact of those situations if you aren't living it and breathing it and having a voice to be a part in your professional development plans. Sorry, I want to make sure I don't miss anything that's included here. So, what would it look like if New Hanover County Schools, if the school board determined that policy would not exist to allow permissible use of seclusion? I think really that's where you have in the work of collaborative and proactive solutions model, you have to have 3 shifts that really take place. 3 shifts are required for this. One, you have to make sure that you have and I don't want to get any of this wrong, you have dramatic improvement in understanding any and all factors contributing to challenging behaviors. That's a moving target. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying that's a moving target. Any and all factors that our children experience that contribute to challenging behaviors. Next, we have to make sure that we're creating mechanisms that are predominantly proactive, which I do see consistently across policy language and the practices in place. But again, that's only predominantly proactive versus reactive. Of course, nobody interested in positive behavior change is going to disagree with that. And then also this has to be really collaborative versus unilateral. We know that through the support of the work of multi-tiered systems of support. That's not one person sitting there looking at data and making determinations and writing intervention plans for students. That is a team-based approach. Third, creating structures and processes so that our students, our kids, and our adults are able to solve the problems together. And again, I think we heard it at one point tonight. That's through relationships. It really is. Being able to solve the problems together through the relationships. We have to make sure that our staff are able to utilize tools proactively, that they can intervene on emergency situations without needing to ever resort to that last step for safety. And again, it's not a behavior management tool. It's the last step for safety. And in talking with our teachers, not gonna just generalize, but in talking with some teachers, those who are in classrooms where seclusion is happening more than in other places, do they feel that they have all the tools available to them to remove that need? Not necessarily. I do think we can get there, but it's not just providing professional development and purchasing a tool. It is all of that. It is making sure that the culture in the school supports that. It's making sure that all of the pieces are in place, that again, those massive shifts are required. I'm positive that those things can happen, but the timeline is really dependent upon our staff feeling comfortable and confident in applying those tools and resources. I've mentioned several areas of training, but I want to reiterate the training or the documentation or reporting process. So I've been very clear. In New Hanover County Schools, we always report every incident through Power School. That is not a consistent practice across the state. In fact, in our data pools, it shows it's for OCR reporting to the side. It's in the same drop-down code. But I will mention that the reporting to parents, while state guidelines and even the language of Disability Rights North Carolina says, parents don't have to be notified unless it's impermissible use. They don't have to be notified in writing except, within 30 days. New Hanover County Schools' process is to notify parents immediately, provide writing to them within the same day, next day if you can't do it the same day. But that's for every use. And we also document every use. So the state requires, let me clarify, a data reporting difference. In state language, it says you only have to report impermissible use, meaning reporting in the system, in like Power School or whatever. We choose to use the other code that's every use. Some districts aren't collecting the number of seclusions and restraints because they're following the state requirement. If we know we have to do a federal reporting, and I come from the land of federal regulations, if we know that we have a federal report criteria that is more strict than our state report criteria, we're going to rise to the level of the federal and do it every day. That way our data is the same. Sometimes we get caught in the situation though, where, okay, it looks like that we are overusing in some way, when in fact, we're reporting to the nth degree. Again, that's not something I have in writing from DPI, and again, waiting on that, just being very, very open. The reporting process is the same document that's used across the district. There should not be different documents. It's sometimes referred to as the Greenblatt form because early on, the law that governs the use of and that honestly limits the use of seclusion and restraint was called House Bill 1032, the Greenblatt Act. And so sometimes it's still called the Greenblatt form. Regarding the spaces used in the schools, classrooms cannot just choose a space to use for seclusion. It has to be a space that's been identified either on facilities, floor plans. I'll have to ask Eddie for that language. I don't work in that world a whole lot, but floor plans. I think they're the floor plans. You have to make sure that they meet the criteria. And while there's not a specific documentation tool that DPI says, have you checked off that this space has been approved through all these things, those things have to be done. And there's no mechanism for reporting that anywhere, but we know seclusion cannot be utilized as a seclusion room without meeting that criteria. Now, sometimes schools will report seclusion when they don't have a seclusion room. And that's not unlawful, because the definition of seclusion isn't that you went to the certain room called seclusion room. The definition of seclusion is that a student is in an enclosed space alone and they're prevented from leaving, or they're unable to leave on their own. So we have to report seclusion by the definition of seclusion, not by the room number. And I'm confident that that's clear among our staff because we see seclusions reported for schools that don't have a seclusion space. And so a question regarding, do we need seclusion rooms in our new schools? Well, the answer is possibly, but I think that it would be a great goal. It would be a very appropriate goal to say, no, we don't need those at all. Can they be easily turned into some other type of functional space in a classroom? Absolutely. A reading nook, doors come off, or a closet to put all the things away that can be distractors. There are many ways that, and there are many schools that have these places in their classroom, and you'll never know they were built to be a seclusion space or a closet or whatever. So there are definitely ways to move away from that. So the creation of schools that have a seclusion space on the floor plan does not mean that marries that school or that or the district into continuing to use seclusion. I have shared a lot of information with you. You put the time on the agenda, and so I wanted to answer any questions that you might have.
No.
Ms. Justice?
Do you think the use of seclusion rooms is good for kids?
I'm sorry?
Do you think the use of seclusion rooms is good for kids?
I don't think it should ever be the goal. I think that's going to be a hard question to answer. Can it be traumatic? Certainly. Is it always traumatic? No. If it's used as the last resort to prevent harm to a child or another child, and you're preventing harm and you're in an emergency crisis situation, it might be your only option not to have further harm. So to say they don't cause harm, I won't say they don't cause harm. I won't say that it's the thing we should choose, but does it limit greater harm? I think that's what our teachers are using it for.
I don't even know. Go ahead. Well, I don't even know where to begin. First of all, the use of FERPA, I'm concerned about your definition as to why we couldn't get the data about the race and the EC status. But that's something that right now I'm not going to spend a lot of time on. I do know this. Last week, and this is not a violation of FERPA, we were sent a list of the students that were restrained, I guess, over a 3-year period here in this county and secluded, this thick. It scared me. We're not releasing it to the public, obviously, because I think of FERPA. Is that the reason we're not?
That has, like I mentioned a little earlier, there is a great likelihood that would be a FERPA violation because there was no minimal number, so it would be identifiable. By listing a school, by listing race and gender with the low numbers in some schools would be too easily identifiable.
Okay, that was rare, but that's okay. I mean, if that's what you're concerned about, I didn't sit there and count the numbers. It was scary as all get out. This thick, I don't know how many on a page, 40, 50, more than that probably. And You know, you've done a lot of work on this, and I really appreciate this, but you said there's actually counties in the state that don't use it. And obviously, a lot of it has to do with training, culture, and support. I think the goal from this day forward, as it should have been a long time ago and should be anyway, is to stop this practice. Wouldn't you agree?
I will respond to the will of the board.
Mr. Weddemore, you had your hand up.
Yes, ma'am. First off, Ms. Varnum, as always, I want to thank you. I know you've been in the trenches as I have. I would advise, or I would recommend, not advise, but recommend that anyone on the board who has not talked to or had a conversation with Guy Stevens, I did today. Pretty much my whole trip from Wilmington to South Carolina, where I am right now with my new grandbaby. We were on the phone. Have you? And my question is, and hopefully I'll say this right. Are you familiar with it's UKERO? I'm not going to even try. That whole training, and like I say, I think that anything we can do to better support our children and our staff. I remember going home with bruises myself. In situations, and I don't think any EC teacher, administrator, anyone, teacher would say that they want to restrain or seclude a child. But this training seems to be the answer, where it may be a situation, along with the collaborative and proactive solution model, we may be able to, over time, a short amount of time, within, I would say 5 years, but maybe 2 years, end this, end the use of seclusion rooms totally, end, restraints, or at least bring those numbers way down. But my question in the whole thing is, are you familiar with that UKERO process?
Yes. Not that I've been trained in, I think it's UKERO, yeah. I have not been trained in it. However, that has been something that we have had our behavior support team study. Again, there are, and I didn't bring anything to prepare, but I'm going to go back into my Wayback Machine and try to remember the things from even a few weeks ago. Our behavior support team, including school psychologists and behavior specialists, have looked at that, and the thing that we have determined to do that we wrote into the Safe Schools grant was to work with Lives in the Balance, which is, again, like you said, that collaborative and proactive solutions model. So the team did not grab onto UKERO as a solution necessarily, but focusing on the training that's more proactive and preventive, which is that assessment for that lagging skills assessment. So I'm familiar, but it's not something that we have studied to the point that we can say it's something we want to go with or not. I will just say that the behavior support team was not necessarily certain that was the next step.
Okay.
Ms. Walker?
Yeah, Julie, thank you so much. I think you, I know this is where your heart is. You've spoken to us plenty of times about that, and that's your background. I do agree with you that I was writing down the steps you were saying it's going to take. I do agree that we have some will to want to do it, and I think whatever we can do in a collaborative way is very much what we need to do. And I think we're all in agreement that we definitely need to speak with staff and see what they need and give them what they need, because I feel like that's the only way that we really are going to make the change if we want the will to, to do this in this district. And I think I'm hearing that we are starting to. So, and I know you were saying that you had some good ideas for that. So I would love to hear that going forward. And if you can give us ideas on how we can do that, just give it to us. We're ready to go.
So, Ms. Barnum, do you think that we would be best suited to put together a plan, kind of like what you did with our reducing suspensions, that you put together a 3-year plan, and we're getting our way through that and feeling good about eliminating suspensions? Do you think that's a viable option for us? I didn't quite see it in the strategic plan, but you guys are probably still working on it. Do you think that's something that we should we would be suited to do?
I do, and I think that in the strategic plan, you will find it in making sure that we are creating environments in a school culture that is really responsive and instructive and restorative to student challenging behaviors. And if we do that, we further reduce the likelihood that we have crisis behaviors such as this. I think again, the work of the Behavior Leadership Foundations with helping, with really just being the facilitator of the conversation among school teams. They have the answers. They just need the time to sit around and have an evidence base to pull from and an opportunity to put their plan in place and then prepare their staff for it. And preparing their staff for it means they're getting their staff input and they're hearing from them what challenges they face and then creating a plan for addressing the challenges of the staff, of the students. So I do think that would work. And our attempt in doing that, in writing the Safe Schools grant to try to get this training for 10 schools to be able to roll out this spring, but then kind of understanding the devastating impact of those state funds go away before we can grab our teachers and our school teams to sit down and plan. That kind of put a halt to that, but I think a 3-year plan would make sense.
Okay.
And maybe
McManus?
even less, maybe even less than that.
Maybe even less, like, okay. Mr. McManus?
Statement and a question. Statement. I want to make sure I say this the way I want it to be heard. Your professional background and your integrity in dealing with this, which is one of the hottest of the 2 topics we've had, is unbelievable. And I have to acknowledge that to you. What you put into this is absolutely amazing. Number 2, you better write these down on your budget request.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Boyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Varner, this is one of the more positive conversations that I can remember in a long time. Instead of dodging accusations, we were able to listen to some answers to questions. And it's always a better place to come from. And I echo Mr. McManus' sentiments. You put a lot of work into this. But I'd also just like to take a second, as you did when you spoke, to what our EC team does every day. And how difficult it is for them because they try to deal with the trauma and they get some on themselves. Sometimes when I listen to some of the descriptions about what goes on in our school system, I just think that this is a caricature of a great school system. There's so much love in these buildings. And I just wanted to say thanks and make sure that any UC personnel watching, they know that, you go talk to them, go see, they know these kids inside, outside. They love these kids with everything they've got. So they do love our children. And I just wanted to say that. So thank you very much. This is a great presentation.
Ms. Justice?
A couple things, and I think it was Mr. McManus, thank you, that was talking about the budget and how much it would cost to, say, have this implemented. Let's just use, because, 3 years was just used, but you were always going to want to do better, so I'm just saying 2 years. Is it a possibility to go ahead and create some kind of amount that it would cost in order to have this implemented properly? And, second part of this, we are down considerably our EC staff. That is a huge challenge, and you're going to need experienced EC staff to work with the unexperienced in order to have this function. So could you please figure out, pretend it's a dream, and you can get what you want as far as having this implemented with staff and training. Could you ask for that dream? I don't know if it'll happen, but could you do it that way? Not just with what we're dealing with now, because this is not a very healthy environment to try to come up with this kind of need that we have to have the solution. Could you do that?
I would have to answer that one. What has to happen is today you did a priority. So we go back and we have to look at what the board priorities are and list it through that way. And as much as we would love to say we'd like to put everything in there, if that's not that doesn't fall under this year's board priority, then we can't build a budget to that. What you put on that board today is what we have to build our budget from.
Well,
so would that fall into the category of safe schools? Okay, in the student. Okay.
There you go.
Under equity too.
So if we didn't put, if you didn't put a 1, 2, or 3 in that one, then
And safety.
okay.
Absolutely safety.
So did you have something? Were you done?
Well, see, so we can do this, and we do need to do this.
If it fits into the.
Well, we're the board up here.
Yes, we have, You'll find out in April.
We'll find
Yes.
out in April, yes. Mr. McManus, did you have something else to add?
No, ma'am.
Okay, okay. All righty, you went over time, but it's okay. It's all right. It was good discussion. Thank you, for answering those questions. And just for everybody, knowledge is I put together the list of questions for her based on conversations that many of us had with Mr. Stevens, with other specialties in the area, emails that you all have sent each other, have sent me, and from teachers that have submitted questions. So there was a list of 14 questions, and you got to them all. So thank you, and all in a way that I think were palatable and were able to be listened to. So thank you for that. Okay, next on our agenda is policies for a first reading. We really don't, oh, Nelson, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following policies went before the Policy Committee, the Superintendent and the Board Attorney on March 8th, 2022. These policies are only for information, but I urge all board members to look at them, offer their opinions on any potential changes. And Madam Chair, if you will permit me just a brief minute, I know we have a policy committee, or we have committee reports coming out later, but I just wanted to say now, the New Hanover County Board of Education has been going through a policy rewrite, as you all know, and you see the heavy lift that we have been undertaking, 3 hours, and I know staff will be so excited to hear this, even though they already know it. It's worth celebrating a second time. We have finished, at long last, after 2 years, our policy update from the North Carolina School Boards Association, and it's a testament to this board. To the previous board, you know, I know this was a big issue for our former board chair, Ms. Estep. We wanted to make sure all our policies are up to date. We've worked with the School Boards Association. We thank them for their work, but we are done, and we will be having different style meetings as we move forward, probably down to an hour.
Well, not quite done because they haven't been approved, but they've all been reviewed at least once.
Yes.
Okay, so moving on to the next item, closed session.
Mr. Craybill?
Oh, yes, sorry, I keep
I'm
forgetting to look at you.
I just wanted to ask the board if they would look at policy 7262 in the month that we have. That was the one policy that, as you remember, I did not agree with as it's written, especially section C2. So I know this is only first reading, absolutely, but I would like you to see that, closely so we can discuss it next time.
7262, it's the first one. Communicable diseases for employees. 7,000 series is all about the employees, so. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so next on our agenda is closed session. Do I hear a motion to move into closed session based on, let's see, what's up on our board to talk about personnel issues and
So moved.
related?
Second.
Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
any opposed? Okay, we are now in closed session.
Yeah, it didn't rain. I brought my
This week, we've been doing research for our advocacy project, and they have been going over the announcements, telling us these trivia questions about drugs and alcohol awareness. Addiction is a very, very horrible thing, and I don't think anyone should go through it. After taking opioids, you have a prone response to getting onto other drugs in general. They'll slow down your thinking, they mess with your brain. There's been times where people have lost entire careers and lives because of drugs.
We were learning a lot about like the negative effects and detriments of taking drugs and alcohol. You're exposed and have a lot of access to it, sadly. And it helps to know why you shouldn't do it.
These activities are important because they help educate the youth about how drugs and alcohol will affect your body if you do them, and it's better to know than not to know.
Well, whenever the board makes decisions, we don't really get much input. We just have to follow those decisions. And, you know, a lot of the times the board is consisting of older members where they're not really directly involved, or they're not really directly experiencing the changes that we are experiencing. And so basically, we're kind of like, we're the direct communication. Our job is to tell them, hey, this is working, this isn't working. And so we're here to help them make those decisions and make those changes accordingly, so then we can benefit the entirety of the district.
So it was just like a opinion writing seminar, and by the New York Times, and like a lot of different places in the world were able to come together and discuss their opinions on stuff, and like how to like write and how to get your opinion out.
Such a great opportunity, and we're very thankful for it. And I think it gives us many more ideas of how to be more persuasive on our writing and how to obviously encourage our opinion writing as well. And I think overall, just hearing from other students has given us many more ideas. And it's also really nice to see that students also think like us. There's more students out there that think just like us and have the same opinions as us as well.
Also, with like opinion is what you think. And so with the workshop, it allowed us to think and discuss, and with communication, and it really helped build the idea of what you want to write about. And yeah.
Another thing is like with the workshop, you like see a lot of people's ideas and like different, and you kind of can just build up upon that. And I think that's pretty.
Yeah, it's a respectful discussion, and so you wouldn't feel like your opinion is invalidated.
They make you feel welcome.
Yeah.
They don't criticize you because everybody's entitled to their own opinion. And also from all the opinions from the students as well, you also can build up on your opinion and maybe have some different opinions than what you originally came with.
Yeah, with communication, it allowed understanding.
Yeah.
So that really helped with, not being blindsided off of your only perspective. It allowed many different other perspectives.
Everybody is entitled to like whatever they want to say, and I feel like people should speak out and let their voices be heard as well. It's not easy, but you can do so much with just talking and speaking out for yourself.
Yeah.
guys not only met our expectations, but exceeded them and made history throughout the process. We had 3 state champions and on the same team, all getting pins in the finals. And then now we're opening up our room to female wrestlers for the first time ever. So we're excited to be part of women's wrestling, which is the fastest growing sport in America.
So we got recognition as being Team 4A dual team champions and individual tournament champions. These 3 guys are individual state champions, so they were able to achieve their individual goals this year. All 3 of them getting pins in the finals of the state tournament, which is something unheard of. And to do it 3 times just made it really special as we won the tournament. This young man's a 3-time state champion. Will continue his talents. He's going to Roanoke University. And we have Devin Bell, who's going to be competing for Campbell. Is a 2-time finalist, and he was able to finish on top his senior year. And our other state champion's a junior, and he's looking to win a title again next year for us.
In Miss Lucas's English class, we did a lot of work and responding to the New York Times and a lot of their articles, and that inspired me to go and find other programs with the New York Times, and I found one called the School of the New York Times, and I went onto their website and I found they have a lot of different course options. I applied to the Food and Creative Writing course, and I was accepted, and I'm so excited to go and so grateful to have this opportunity.
It brings the world into the classroom, and students are able to choose articles that they are passionate about. And I am able actually to daily just watch their writing grow as I read through the comments each day that they write. And they also respond back and forth to each other in the class and to people around the globe.
When I came into 10th grade, we started writing responses and comments to New York Times articles, and it really allowed me to find a passion for real world events and start writing what I actually cared about. And this opportunity really allowed me to show other people sort of how passionate I am about certain topics, and I'm so thankful that they recognized it, and I can go and continue to learn and develop my writing skills. The Dungapalooza is something our school is doing this year for the Special Olympics and kind of for the polar plunge to raise money.
Leader Me will teach me about the power of living according to important principles.
Principles such as responsibility, planning ahead, respecting others, teamwork, and balance.
Principles are like gravity. They are timeless and universal, and they are needed today more than ever.
A leader, to me, is maybe putting other people before yourself.
Probably someone who could help around the community.
The leader has to be a team player.
Leaders work really hard and try their best. My dad is a leader because he's kind to me.
My brother, he always helps me when I need it.
My friend is a leader because he helps somebody with the homework.
If I was a leader, I would try to be calm and teach others.
I need to learn how to be a leader so I can be an asset engineer. When I grow up, I want to be a teacher because they help people.
This is our future. Join hands with us in our common and noble quest to help every kid be a happy kid.
I feel like Disney Dreamers Academy goes beyond just the Walt Disney World Resort and really focuses on being successful and being passionate, creative, and truly reaching into yourself. This is their 15th anniversary. They've been doing Disney Dreamers Academy for 15 years now. They have mentors and they bring in leaders in society to speak to a group of young people, and they do some workshops, and I believe you can go behind the scenes. I have always been a passionate learner and a creative person, and when I saw what Disney Dreamers Academy was, I truly thought that that could be me and that something was really possible. So I felt like I could be a Disney Dreamer, and that prompted me to be interested in applying. I am an artist, but I also love science and math. And I feel like that has combined, and I always bring art into everything I do in the classroom. I love writing, I love reading, being active, and I just do a lot. I'm a busy bee. I'm between two careers. I want to either be a biomedical engineer or an astrophysicist. I hope that being a Disney Dreamer will empower me to use my creativity and develop more and more of a passion for what I want to do in life.
It's called Language Research Symposium for high school students, and it's through UNC Chapel Hill, and they have a partnership with Duke. And so you can do it, I think, in 12 different languages. Each team is given a region in the world and then a topic. So you can choose from 3 topics. This year, I think it was climate change, education, and health. And then you had to produce your project based on that region and that topic. So all of the projects were unique, and they were unique in their language. We got assigned education in the Middle East. And so within your topic, you can choose like kind of a subtopic. And so we chose education for women in Afghanistan, since there's a lot of turmoil in Afghanistan, and we thought that it would be a good topic to cover.
So we decided to do a website. That's because we wanted to show as much information as possible. On the website, the main thing is to really display what your information, your research is visually. So we made sure to make a lot of different infographics, and we had to make our own infographics, so we couldn't find them off the internet. With our research, we made our own infographics, different pie charts and different bar graphs and just scatter plots.
We all had like separate parts, so Ava worked on the essay, Lillian worked on the website, and I translated everything. And I also made sure that like the websites were in French, and I added some French sources. And it felt really good to win, because I know we put a lot of work into it. I think it was like very well deserved, and they did an amazing job. Yeah, I think I'm really proud of us, and yeah.
This week on NHCS Recap, we met with PTA Reflection winners who are destined to change the world. This year's PTA Reflection Contest theme was, I Will Change the World by... Keep watching to see how these Stingray students plan to change the world.
Helping people when they're sick. Because I love this world and to help it be a better place. I chose someone giving another person a flower to make sure the world a better place. We were raising money for the animal shelter and giving supplies to them, and we decided to take pictures there too, so the more people can have more pets. That can help the environment a lot. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. Try to use less plastic and use more reusable objects. It's the little things that count, and I just did all the little things that even children can do to help save the environment. Turning off the lights or any playing outside, or just turning off the TV when you're done. And also making sure that you do recycle. You can stop pollution. You can recycle. You can save energy. Some of us find little pieces of trash outside and we go throw them away. Recycle, turn off lights, turn off water, replant trees. I tell them if you see any trash at recess, then you should pick it up and throw it away if it's not recyclable.
The International Rotary President visited the greatest school under the sun, Williston Middle School, this past week. Rotary International is a service organization whose purpose is to bring together business and professional leaders to provide humanitarian service and to advance goodwill around the world.
First, I would just like to thank everyone for coming and just welcome you to Williston. Our hope is that you find everything that is needed and continue to just be a part of our community for our students. And again, just thank you for all the work that you're doing and the support that you're giving to our school district. Your work is very much needed and appreciated.
It means a lot because not everybody has the same opportunity that everybody has. We were like unfortunate to meet the Rotary president. Never performed in front of a president before, you know. It was an experience out of my comfort zone, but I'm glad I took it. My parents even congratulated me, even though they really weren't here. Like it was amazing for me. Same. It was amazing, and like wow, we met the president of the Rotary Club. I mean, it's a lot.
Enter a world where kids become wizards, math problems become their powers, where homework becomes teamwork.
Welcome to the Forest Hills Global Express. This is Forest Hills Global event where we take all of our families through all the continents of the world and show them how everyone is celebrating the winter holidays. So tonight our families are coming in and they're going to start by getting their picture taken with our train that we call the Forest Hills Global Express, and then they'll take a journey around the world. They start at Oceania and they get to experience what the winter holidays are like there. Moving into South America where they can experience hot cocoa. On into Africa where we take them on a journey with drum circles and a fun craft that really explains the unity of the season. In Antarctica, they'll be able to stop and have a snowflake craft. And then they'll move through Europe that we've decorated like a European market. So they'll have European cookies, plenty of backdrops for photo opportunities. And then they'll go through Asia. In Asia, we'll be offering peace apples to all of our students. And the apple is a Chinese tradition where they're given a peace apple every year. And then we're going to finish off with North America. And we're going to have a performance from our 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders singing lots of carols and holiday songs. We'll be leading everyone here with Christmas carols as we go to the front lawn at the end. And it's just a great way to kick off the holiday season and wish our kids a wonderful holiday break.
Keep it cooking in the pot, so you got hot chocolate.
If you have the opportunity to give to other people, it means the world. And you can just tell on their face like how grateful they are that someone is going out of their way to help them. Because a majority of the time, those families, their life has just been people stepping on them over and over again to the point where they can't pick themselves back up. So if one person, 2 people, or like a whole school can help bring them up just for one day at a time, I think that could change someone's life. So we did actually a toy drive competition between our English classes. And it was whatever English teacher as a whole got the most toys, they would get a hot cocoa party. So it kind of created an incentive for kids to donate more toys. And we ended up getting, I would say, 450 at Hoggard itself this year. And then we also decided to do it with New Hanover High School as well. Join the student councils, had kind of like a coalition. And we had 674 toys.
And I think each family got about like
depending on how many kids they have, about 20 toys each. And then those will be delivered on Monday. And then I think various toys are going to be sent to the after-school program Wire, and then the rest of them just to various things in the communities and schools. I mean, they really are just the most adorable kids I've ever met, and giving them a toy is just the happiest thing. I can't imagine the smile that they're going to have when they get that Barbie that I put in the bag. And it just makes me so happy that people actually took time out of their lives to go drive to Target or drive to Walmart and get these toys. And it just makes me happy that people other than me or people in student council thought about donating to their community.
This is NHCS Recap, where we highlight the amazing accomplishments and stories of excellence coming from the students attending New Hanover County Schools.
It's really cool to be a part of the first team to win a state title for soccer in New Hanover history. I think that's a really cool thing because we have won a lot in athletics before. And to bring one home, you know, for our coach, TJ Rennie, and just for everyone at the school, I think it's cool to have a soccer state title and hopefully more to come. I think the whole school really rallied around us. We had a lot of students and even staff. They're all wishing us good luck and coming out to all the games. And I think that just showed how strong New Hanover is throughout the season. And then winning the state final, everybody was just happy for us. And I thought it was just great.
Each year, the historic Wilmington Foundation hosts the Impact of Preservation High School Speech Contest for juniors and seniors across New Hanover, Pender, and Brunswick counties. This year, students presented on the topic, Why Does Preservation Matter? Speeches were 5 minutes and participants could choose from 9 historic sites. This year, we're pleased to announce that New Hanover County Schools does not have just one, but 2 winners. At this time, please join me in congratulating Isaac Bear Early College High School junior Ella King and senior Nina Noble, who both tied for second place.
Basically, I was able to do a very in-depth research project on the Kentuck Rosenwald School, which was the first African-American school in North Carolina, specifically for the people group. And it was honestly an amazing research project to see the origins of the building and to see how far it's come today as it's still in use. I ended up tying for second place, and I won a total of $500, and I will be able to use it for any university that I attend.
This week, 8th graders across the district learned about our high school specialty programs and non-traditional high schools. The presentations included a brief overview of each program, breakout sessions hosted by each high school's lead teacher, and a Q&A session. The application for all signature programs opens today at 4 p.m. It will remain open until January 21st. If your student is interested in applying, please visit the Signature Programs website.
So with all of the writing and the research and critical thinking that we do, I think it's really prepared me well for the college curriculum that I'll be seeing in the future. I've really enjoyed the structure. I like having a smaller group that I can really connect with, and we can all help each other with things that we have questions on, and your teachers also know you really well because they all have you for a number of years.
Don't be nervous because nobody's going to judge you here because we all like to learn. We all like to we all just want to get to like the same objective, but we can all do it in a different way. And just don't be nervous if you want to come to Miss Sally and ask her questions or ask one of the STEM leaders about it.
There's many programs and like classes and it helps you like get to know what you like best and helps you kind of prepare and get into like that kind of mindset and feel of what it actually like is to like be part of a really good important program.
There is an application for each program. It is a common application. So one application for every program. Students can choose to select as few or as many programs as they would like to apply to. And the application will be available until the end of January.
That's it for NHCS Recap. Be sure to visit NHCS on social media and on nhcs.net.
So IB dates back to the 1960s. It was a program named the International Baccalaureate Program, hence IB, that was started in Europe by a group of educators, inventors, and thinkers who wanted to challenge how traditional curriculum kind of evolved beyond.
I think in the IB program, you sort of get a chance to begin almost like a college major early. So I love politics, and so I've been able to focus my studies, no matter what subject area it is, into politics in some way.
So the Marine Science Academy, we have extended the program to be all 4 years. We find that that supports our new Hanover County students the best. The Marine Science Academy is an 11th or 12th grade program, and we're finding that those students are really settled into their home schools at that time.
It's just a really great program to be in. You get to experience a lot of cool things and get some great opportunities, so I definitely would recommend it to anyone.
At the Career Readiness Academy, we are a small, non-traditional high school with a focus on personalization.
I got started with the Mosley program at about middle school with the E-Academy side of things. By doing that, I've gotten pretty great opportunities like the CCP program, getting early college work done with Cape Fear, and this really great internship at Live Oak.
Well, WEX is a cooperative and innovative high school, and we partner with Cape Fear Community College. Our students can graduate actually with a high school diploma and a 2-year associate's degree, and they can also graduate with some type of credential. So they have many options.
The teachers there, they really do want you to succeed, so like they encourage you to answer questions and to also ask your peers questions. You know, whenever I did come into school in 9th and 10th grade, it was like I was coming to a second family almost.
The STEM program at Laney is primarily designed for students who have a strong interest in science, technology, engineering, and math. We offer 5 levels of Project Lead the Way engineering courses, including aerospace engineering, and we just added architectural engineering as well, and civil engineering.
Well, going into high school, I was easily chose this school because of the STEM program. I've been able to play high school sports at high level, been able to get a high education as well. It's been unlike anything I've seen at the county.
CTEC's the best place on earth. We are in our 5th year of operation. We are serving 240 children this year, up from 44 just 5 short years ago. We've lived through the pandemic and the hurricanes and all the things and moves across buildings, and we're still standing and growing and getting better every day.
I needed that family type connection to learn better, and you're really close with like all the teachers and the other students here. That was a really big thing for me.
The goal of the Lyceum program is interdisciplinary learning. It's getting our students involved across the subjects, learning both inside and outside of the building.
So when it comes to AP testing, it's easier because you have a whole year to master the content and you have teachers available to help you.
Isaac Berry Early College High School is part of the North Carolina Cooperative Innovative High School. We give an opportunity for students to come and get fast-tracked into life after high school.
It has honestly been a phenomenal program, both in regards to the curriculum and my peers. You end up just forming a really strong connection with your cohorts. It makes you feel prepared to pursue anything you want to do.
This is NHCS Recap, where we look back at some of the top events from the week of November 8th.
On Tuesday, the New Hanover County Board of Education held its regular board meeting. The board recognized numerous staff and students for their achievements and excellence and discussed a staff climate survey as well as half-day Wednesdays starting in the month of December. No decision was made on either subject. The board voted to hold their monthly mask vote until after the Department of Health and Human Services made a decision on the county mask mandate. The board will hold a special meeting on Monday to vote.
Murray Middle School became an official Unified Champion National Banner School this week. They were recognized by the Special Olympics USA for meeting 10 standards of excellence in their work to develop an inclusive school. The Murray Falcons were only one of 5 schools in the state of North Carolina to receive this award for 2021.
We are proud to recognize and honor our veterans on Veterans Day. New Hanover County Schools employs a number of veterans, and we are pleased to be able to share the stories of some on our social media accounts. Thank you to all of our veterans, both staff and community members, for their service to our country and their dedication to the preservation of freedom.
That's it for NHCS Recap. Be sure to follow NHCS on social media and visit nhcs.net.
This is NHCS Recap, where we look back at some of the top events from the week of November 1st.
Last weekend, New Hanover County Schools, with the invitation from the New Hanover County NAACP, attended a community engagement event for our families. We enjoy the collaboration, which allowed us to share our continued focus with the students and families we serve every day. NHCS looks forward to being welcomed and engaged in future events with the community.
On Monday, November 1st, students in Mr. Rodriguez's Hispanic Heritage class presented on the Day of the Dead. Students and their families provided flowers, pan de muerto, food, and painted their faces to honor the holiday with an authentic presentation.
Selected students from all traditional middle and high school orchestras were invited to the Minnie Evans Arts Center for a 2-day clinic learning and performing music with the aid of guest conductors Dr. Jim Waddalow of Meredith College and Corey Franklin of Chapel Hill Carborough City Schools. Students performed a joint concert for the public on October 30th.
That's it for NHCS Recap. Be sure to follow NHCS on social media and visit nhcs.net.
This is NHCS Recap, where we look back at some of the top events from the week of October 25th.
This year, our All-County Choir Chorus Clinic invited students from all of the traditional middle and high schools to 2 separate locations to spend a day learning and performing music together as one district chorus family. High school students worked with Dr. Jonathan Seeger from Mount Olive College, and the middle school students worked with conductor Paul Flowers from Pitt County Schools.
Students at Ogden Elementary held their annual Boosterthon Fun Run. The students raised over $40,000. The funds will be used to help provide renovations and updates to the school's media center. It was a great fundraiser that paired school spirit with a dose of fitness.
At a special meeting held on Thursday, October 28th, the New Hanover County Board of Education voted to make November 12th a wellness day for staff and students. This will be an undesignated work day.
Have you completed the New Hanover County Public Input Survey? Community members, parents, school employees, and students can share feedback and input through the survey. The survey is open through November 1st.
Safety revolves around how the community treats each other. And if we go out and we work on this survey together, then we're going to be encouraging that community to grow. We're going to be encouraging safety among students and staff. We're going to be keeping people safe. And I don't understand why you wouldn't want to do that.
That's it for NHCS Recap. Be sure to follow NHCS on social media and visit nhcs.net. This is NHCS Recap, where we look back at some of the top events from the week of October 18th.
CTEC, along with the Wilmington Cape Fear Home Builders Association, held a pumpkin carving with power tools event on October 18th. This event was to celebrate the National Association of Home Builders Careers in Construction Month. It was a fun, hands-on experience that allowed CTEC students to learn to use different power tools while also learning about the construction industry as a whole.
Also on the 18th, Snipes Academy of Art and Design held a dedication ceremony for their outdoor classroom. This project was started before the pandemic, but was just recently completed. Students and teachers are able to use the space to teach a variety of lessons, as well as have lunch outside. The project was largely funded by the Landfall Foundation. Dr. Faust, along with other members of the senior staff and Board of Education, were all in attendance.
New Hanover County is launching a public input survey about school and community safety, reporting incidents, communication, and community programs and resources. The survey is completely anonymous and will be open now through Monday, November 1st. It is intended to gather direct community-wide feedback to help inform the continued development of an actionable plan and investments. This is part of the county's initiative to improve school and community safety.
Wrightsville Beach Elementary School was named one of the 2021 U.S. Department of Education Green Ribbon Schools for their efforts to reduce their environmental impacts, teach students how to live sustainably, and be good stewards of the environment. Students from Wrightsville led tours for members of both the U.S. and North Carolina Departments of Education, demonstrating what their school does to promote these pillars. Members of the Board of Education, Dr. Faust, and other senior staff were all in attendance.
That's it for NHCS Recap. Be sure to follow NHCS on social media and visit nhcs.net. This is NHCS Recap, where we look back at some of the top events from the week of October 11th.
Students and staff over at Murray Middle School held a ribbon-cutting event for the installation of their new solar panels. Murray has a pole-mounted 5 kW system that was installed through an NC Green Power grant with matching fundraising by the school. The other 110 kW mounted system was purchased through Duke Energy rebates from various projects over the years. The 6th grade chorus band and orchestra also performed Here Comes the Sun, do-do-do-do.
Our pre-K students were given tips on fire safety, informed about smoke alarms, and identified a meet spot at their homes. And in between their stop, drop, and roll routine, they even had a visit from New Hanover County Fire and Rescue.
October is Principal Appreciation Month. This month, we honored our principals at their monthly meeting with a video presentation. We recognize the hard work and dedication that they put into their schools and students. We appreciate everything they do, not only this month, but year-round.
That's it for the NHCS recap. Be sure to follow NHCS on social media and visit NHCS.net.
This is NHCS Recap, where we look back at some of the top events from the week of October 4th.
Students at Bradley Creek Elementary held their annual Walk, Ride Your Bike to School event. The event that is celebrated nationally helps promote physical activity, teach safe pedestrian and bicycling skills, concern for the environment, and reduces traffic congestion and pollution, something we know our families appreciate.
The new Hanover County Board of Education held its regular meeting this week. They heard presentations from district leaders on the literacy campaign, budget and salary projections, and from Head Start. The board also extended the universal mask update for NHCS and was given an update on the vaccine and testing options within the district.
It's homecoming week over at Hoggard, and the Vikings are gearing up for their big game on Friday with Spirit Week. On Wednesday, they held their annual Powder Puff football game. Congratulations to the Tough as Nails senior girls who defeated the juniors 24-6.
That's it for NHCS Recap. Be sure to follow NHCS on social media and visit nhcs.net. This is NHCS Recap, where we look back at some of the top events from the week of September 20th.
Schools across the district have been celebrating Start with Hello Week, a curriculum and event through Sandy Hook Promise that teaches ending social isolation through empathy and reaching out to your peers. This week, we saw heartwarming scenes from Myrtle Grove Middle School where students wrote encouraging messages to each other. Every student deserves to feel a sense of belonging in our schools, and we'd love to see our educators and students working toward that goal.
Wrightsboro Elementary School held a family night escape room this week. The Cool Cat school mascot went missing, and Miss Overby enlisted students and families to attend the family night to help find him using escape room strategies and hints hidden throughout the school.
From teachers to tutors, HVAC repair experts to plumbers, treasurers to cooks, New Hanover County Schools is hiring with flexible hours, competitive pay, and great benefits. You can start here and grow anywhere. Join us for a career fair this weekend to get an on-the-spot interview.
That's it for NHCS Recap. Be sure to follow NHCS on social media and visit nhcs.net.
This is NHCS Recap, where we look back at some of the top events from the week of September 13th.
Miss Moore, AIG teacher at Porter's Neck Elementary, has coordinated a leadership opportunity for upper grades called Safety Patrol. Fifth graders are taking on roles in the morning like greeting students, putting up the flag, doing the announcements, and more.
September is Suicide Prevention Month. Students and adults alike experience feelings of stress, anxiousness, disappointment, and sadness. Sometimes our emotions become more than we can handle. It's okay to not feel okay. Your emotions are valid. If you or one of your friends are experiencing symptoms of anxiety or depression, know that you do not have to go it alone. Share your concerns anonymously through the Say Something app or tell a trusted adult or school staff member. Remember that you are not alone.
This week, district leaders gathered for their monthly principals meeting. Principals heard updates on career and technical education regarding pathways and viewed a presentation on fidelity in education where they were treated to a sneak peek at the district's new literacy newsletter, Read, Lead, Succeed. There was also a presentation on Gang Task Force and the SRO MOU training.
Hispanic Heritage Month began this week. Over the next 4 weeks, schools throughout the district will recognize the achievements and contributions to Hispanic heritage and culture. Wrightsboro Elementary Cool Cats wasted no time in starting their celebrations. Students and staff have been showing their Hispanic heritage pride through their wardrobe and accessories.
That's it for the NHCS recap. Be sure to follow NHCS on social media and visit nhcs.net. This is NHCS Recap, where we look back at some of the top events from the week of September 6th.
The New Hanover County Board of Education held its regular meeting this week. They heard presentations from district leaders on the career and technical education audit, literacy and math framework, as well as after-school tutoring, enrichment, and acceleration programs. The board also extended the universal mask update for New Hanover County schools and provided information on their joint effort with New Hanover County commissioners to work on teacher recruitment and retention incentives.
Having an open line of communication with our families is one of our top priorities as a district, and we're excited to be adding texting to the way we reach our families. Receiving text from New Hanover County Schools is easy. Just text YES to 67587 to opt in.
Our community has come together over the last week and a half in support of our staff, students, and families at New Hanover High School. From elementary Bulldogs to crosstown rival Vikings, New Hanover County Schools has stood in solidarity with the Wildcats. The orchestra and chorus students at Trask Middle School even put together their rendition of Lean on Me for the Hanover family.
20 years ago, our nation was struck with the tragic events of September 11th. For those of us old enough to remember, we can tell you exactly where we were when the towers were struck. We can recall the horrifying footage that played out on our televisions that morning and the days to come. We grieve with those lives lost, and we hold in esteem the countless first responders who raced toward the chaos, and we honor the men and women in our military forces who serve to protect our nation near and far. This morning at New Hanover High School, the JROTC held an observance of remembrance for all of the lives impacted by the events of 9/11.
That's it for NHCS Recap. Be sure to follow NHCS on social media and visit nhcs.net.
This is NHCS Recap, where we look back at some of the top events from the week of August 30th.
On Monday, August 30th, a physical altercation occurred at New Hanover High School. During the altercation, a student fired shots, striking another student in the leg and hand. In the days after the incident, New Hanover County Schools has worked to provide support and resources to the Wildcat family. The district's crisis team have made themselves readily available and have also provided outside resources to students and staff through Trillium Health and the Wilmington Health Access for Teens, or WHAT Clinic. We encourage our students to talk to a trusted adult, teacher, or a counselor if you are in need of additional support.
As a result of the incident, New Hanover County Board of Education members with the New Hanover County Commissioners held a joint special meeting Friday, September 3rd to discuss how to ensure the safety of students and staff at all New Hanover County school facilities. This joint meeting was held at the Board of Education Center, where community leaders were able to share what safety measures they would like to see implemented going forward.
Today, the stakeholders at this table will have an opportunity to discuss lessons learned, ask questions, and share ideas for solutions and next steps. We need to do our homework, research, and develop a well-thought-out plan to prevent violence in our campuses.
3 years ago, Murray Middle School's Unified Falcons made a commitment to work to build a more inclusive school. In that time, the Falcons have participated in Special Olympics, unified sports, where students with and without disabilities train and compete as teammates, fostered inclusive youth leadership, and maintain whole school engagement. Murray is a national model school of inclusion and was awarded status as a unified champion national banner school.
Some of our youngest learners headed to the classroom for the first time this week. Students at Hal Johnson Mosley and College Road Early Childhood Center had staggered enrollment for the first half of the week and rounded out the week on Thursday and Friday with full days.
That's it for NHCS Recap. Be sure to follow NHCS on social media and visit nhcs.net. This is NHCS Recap, where we look back at some of the top events from the week of August 23rd.
This week, New Hanover County Traditional Schools K-12 students headed back to the classroom for full-time in-person learning. After 18 months of remote and hybrid instruction, teachers were so excited to welcome back familiar and new faces to the classroom.
The promise is to make sure that, we provide a safe, rigorous education, and that's what we're going to do.
Though our K-12 students made their comeback this week, our pre-K students will return on Monday, August 30th. This week, our youngest learners attended an open house where they met with teachers and toured classrooms. The district was able to fill over 800 spots in early childhood education thanks to a joint effort from the New Hanover County Commissioners and our New Hanover County Board of Education.
And we couldn't kick off the 2021-2022 traditional school year without recognizing our child nutrition staff and bus drivers. The Communication and Outreach Division provided donuts to both departments. So we can officially say we started the year off with NHCS running on Duncan.
That's it for NHCS Recap. Be sure to follow NHCS on social media and visit nhcs.net.
Yes, we can. Thank you for that.
You might want to stay on mute, Nelson, until it's time to talk, because we can definitely hear your car noise.
I'll turn it off unless I'm speaking.
Thank you.
Mr. Shaw has joined us. I think the only person we're waiting for is Miss Walker. I have 1:33, so I think we should probably go ahead and get started.
I'm here. I've been here.
All right, Anita, are we ready?
Yes, ma'am. We're ready whenever you are.
Okay, the February 16th special meeting of the Board of Education is called to order. Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll?
Good afternoon, Miss Adams, Mr. Bullier,
Here.
Miss Justice,
Here.
Mr. McManus,
Here.
Miss Walker,
Here.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Present.
and Miss Craybill.
Here. Okay, next on our agenda is right. Okay, let's get back on track here. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
That was Nelson.
Second.
Adams. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you, Ms. Woodward. Okay, those pass 7-0. Sorry, can't add.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Ms. Justice, I just want to note she's not up here, so she did not vote.
Okay, sorry, 6-0. Thank you for noticing. Okay, next up on the agenda is the consensus items. Do I hear a motion to approve the consensus items?
So moved.
Nelson is the first. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Adams. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, sorry. I would like to
Okay.
pull one out. I think it's I wanted to ask a question about the MOU with Cape Fear Community College.
Talking about the CTEC?
CTEC, sorry about that. Well, CTEC's involved in that. Yeah, well.
It's with us.
Yeah, but that's where Cape Fear came from. I just wanted to know, because I've had some people ask me.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We can pull the policy, but the motion is to adopt the rest of the consensus
Yes, we will
items.
pull that one out.
Okay, good.
So is there any more that we need to pull out? All right, so all in favor of approving the consensus items without the MOU for Pender County Schools with CTEC enrollment included? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Mr. Wildebohr, did you yell?
Yell.
Okay.
Yay. Aye.
Okay, 7-0. All right, so now, Ms. Justice, thank you. Ms. Justice, go ahead and talk about your concerns or your questions.
Well, just a question. When I was reading over the MOU, it said that right now we have 18 students that are coming from Pender County that attend CTEC, and that's what the MOU is about, extending that contract. See, I don't have it right in front of me, but, and that there's a possibility of 5 more that's also part of the MOU. And the question I was asked that I wanted to ask the knowledgeable person is the money from the state that goes to the students that we get for the ones enrolled in our district, do we get that money from Pender County schools when they were enrolled in our school here in this district?
Julie?
So they're allowed to be enrolled with us. Sorry, and if I'm having the wrong glasses, so I can only see up close with these on. Sorry. They are allowed to be enrolled with us, and therefore their enrollment, we draw down their ADM, and Pender doesn't have any of their funding. So we automatically draw it down upon their enrollment.
Okay, thank you. That's just somebody asked, so I'm asking.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Do I
Madam
hear a
Chair, I
motion
move to adopt the policy.
Okay. Okay.
I'll second.
All right. Walker beat you. Okay, any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, 7-0. Okay, moving on to old business. With the strategic plan. So I want to just sort of tee this up just a little bit so we know what we're doing here. This is an item for old business to us to vote on adopting the strategic plan that we just heard and saw a presentation on earlier this evening and had a chance to read yesterday. This plan is a culmination of a year's worth of input from our community, staff, and this board, and numerous work sessions, iterations, and updates. We know this is a living document that can and will be further refined, but it is currently an appropriate starting point to guide the district for the next 5 years. They're not here to hear this, but I wanted to thank NPH Consulting as well as all of you in the audience, either in here or in virtual land, who contributed this plan, and I look forward personally to see it coming to fruition. Do I have a motion to approve the New Hanover County Schools 2022 to 2027 strategic plan?
Motion to approve.
Okay, Ms. Adams? Walker? Is there any discussion on that?
We had a healthy discussion a while ago.
Okay, so hearing none, All in favor of adopting the strategic plan as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes 7-1. I'd like to thank the district, Josh Smith, for helming this for us and keeping us abreast of all the stuff. I'm really excited because there's a lot of stuff that we can do there. Next on our agenda is an item that we added. Let's see, hold on. We added it under suspensions, and so Mr. McManus, you want to lead the discussion on that?
I thought we were going to talk about attendance.
You said suspension.
Well, I talked about both, but I thought it was attendance. Either way, suspensions. Are we keeping up with the suspensions of the same persons by school, by grade level? I mean, as far as the history, if we're going to attack and address their behavior as the presentation tonight. So can we pull all that up so that we can deal with those individual students and provide what you think they need necessary to help them? Particularly if they have sent to the alternative school.
Wait, say that last part, particularly with what?
Well, if we send a student to another school,
right?
They're not expelled, but they are placed in the other school. You talked about behavioral management, behavioral specialists, et cetera. So right. Back to your budget, is that something that, in the discussion of meeting the needs of all of our students, is that something that we have presently, or is that something we need to address?
So we have several layers of supports for students with regard to addressing behavior concerns. And to go back to what I thought was the first part of your question, we do have a data tracking tool that does a historical, a collection of historical data for students, including any infraction. And 2 years ago, well, so this is the second school year that we've been using the same discipline data management tool across the entire district. And so no matter where they go from school to school, because in the past it wasn't that way. But we use the educator handbook it's a contract you've seen, is the same tool that we use across schools. So yes.
Okay, so Mr. McManus, I think I want to just clarify what I thought I heard you asking.
Sorry.
No, I mean, as far as, are you talking, this discussion on suspension, are we talking about suspensions in general, or are we talking about suspensions for, what was I just wrote down suspensions, and
It was suspension for little kids, which we dealt with earlier tonight. That was when I put that, I like that.
Well, we didn't deal with it. We just heard from the audience.
The attendance is what I was hoping that you put up, never mind. We can do it next time.
No.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Mr. Boyer?
Yeah, so, it's a late hour. I'll go ahead and move that because I thought there was a consensus among the board, I'll move that the policy 4300 be sent to the policy committee with the intent that we adopt language that would end suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds at the beginning of the 2022-2023 academic year.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we got NB, PW. Any discussion?
Point of clarification, is your intent, Mr. Boyer, for the policy to prohibit those suspensions across the board, or within?
No, I think my intent would be to just make sure that we develop language with that intent, in conjunction with the administration.
So that there would be some suspensions allowed for certain offenses?
Yes. No, I don't want to propose language now, I just want the intent stated, and I want to send it back to the policy committee.
Okay.
At the direction of the board.
Right, so, and then getting language from the appropriate people to go in that. Okay,
Well,
Ms. Justice?
I think the language that Nelson was referring to, or Mr. Shive was referring to, had to do with the use of drugs, weapons, or the violent assault, or something like that. Yeah, so that needs to be. That needs to be added to it. And also, I just want to point out, we've discussed this for our year. We discussed it thoroughly during I guess that was a call to the audience special board session we had. You guys did an excellent job of presenting. So, I mean, I don't think we have to all rehash that right now. I think we just need to go ahead and.
So the motion on the table is to send this to policy committee and to get the appropriate language, bring it back to the board. at our next meeting.
Right, to clarify, when I say the appropriate language, I'm not proposing specific
No,
language.
that's what I'm saying, is that
Well,
we need to
I'm
get
just
that
proposing the
appropriate
attempt.
What
Yes.
he said, he said, and this is what we're voting on, to end suspensions of 4,
No,
5,
that is not
6.
what the motion is, Ms. Justice.
Okay, well, that's not what Hugh and we had agreed on earlier.
No, Hugh asked, this is what I just clarified.
Okay.
That I asked Hugh, what did you want to talk about? He said attendance. So we already were a little bit confused, but we talked about suspensions. And so I asked Mr. McManus to clarify what his point was about suspensions, and he said it had already been addressed. So Nelson made a motion to send it to policy so that we can get the appropriate wording for us to vote on, so that we can be prepared to make a decision to start it in the next school year.
So we're not making a decision tonight, we're sending it to policy.
That's,
That was
his motion is to send it to policy.
And I
That
would
was
work-
the motion,
to work
and it was seconded.
But it was unanimous.
But wait, okay.
To send it.
The point was, that we were going to vote, when you brought it up earlier, to have the language that policy had to leave in, because that's what we're voting on the 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. And with exclusion of violence, drugs, and,
Weapons.
Guns, weapons,
But
yeah.
the motion on the floor, no matter what the intent was, the motion on the floor is to send it to policy so that we can get the appropriate language
Madam Chair.
by all the important people.
That's not what I heard. He said,
That's what you just said.
Yes, Madam Chair, that is correct. And as I said earlier, this would be a great opportunity for people who have talked a lot about this issue to attend the policy committee meeting.
provide some suggestive
provide-
language.
And, you know, again, I think it's important to get with our experts to figure out how we do this. We're giving direction, but we are not experts. None of us
We
are
have heard
experts.
We're just writing
Yes.
the policy, and it's
For-
up to Dr. Faust and team to put it into play.
Right, and
So the motion is to send it to policy. That is the motion. So, is there any more discussion?
yes,
Well, then-
that's not what he asked for earlier.
Okay,
I just clarified. So, Mr. McManus, go ahead and re-clarify, because
then
there is a
maybe
motion.
I need to amend what the motion was interpreted. Maybe I didn't do a very good job. I thought we pretty well decided we would end it, but it would go to policy committee because you'd have to rewrite a policy, put it in place.
That's the motion.
And to narrate the examples of why they would be suspended or could be suspended.
Right,
So
but
if
that
I
was
need
not
to
your
start
motion.
over again and go back against the motion, because it needs to stop now, you're just going to write the policy.
Right, so we need to have that voted on
That's not what you
tonight.
said before, so I tried to clarify.
The motion that you're describing, or what you are intending, is what I am describing, Mr.
No.
McManus.
Well, obviously not. We have a disagreement right here already, so.
All right, there's a motion on the table. There's a motion on the table. Let's vote on that motion, and then we can start over
We'll
if we need to.
say the motion again. I'm sorry, I'm confused.
The motion, Mr. Boyer.
The motion would be to send this policy to the Policy Committee 4300 with the intent of ending suspensions by the beginning of next year, with guidance from our administration in terms of exceptions.
But it's going to go to policy and then back
And then it will
here.
be back here in May.
Yeah, but
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to send it to policy. And so we need to vote on that policy, that motion. And if that's not what we want to do, then we have another motion.
It's not clear enough.
Okay, so let's have a roll call, Ms. Bowie. The motion is to vote on sending this to policy for appropriate wording,
And bringing it back in May.
and then bringing it back for us so that we can make a decision with that. Ms. Bowie, please call the roll.
Ms. Justice.
No.
Mr. McManus.
No.
Ms. Walker.
No.
Ms. Craybill.
Yes.
Ms. Adams.
Aye.
Mr. Boyer.
Aye.
And Mr. Wildebohr.
Yeah, lovely. No.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion did not pass 3-4. So now, Mr. McManus, would you like to change or add something to the discussion?
Yes, ma'am, but let me make sure I say it correctly. We've had discussion, I would like to vote on ending the suspension immediately, beginning next year, but we're ending it now. as far as voting to end it next year, for the end
All
of
right,
this year.
you say it a little more plainly than that. What do you want?
Beginning next school year,
Okay,
there will be no suspension of 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds,
with exceptions that the policy committee comes up with.
which will be,
There's
yes.
3 exceptions, no extra exceptions.
No.
with the exceptions that have been stated 100 times.
We've all jumped in on you. Please state your motion for us. What do you want to happen? Nobody jump in. Let Hugh make his motion.
We're going to vote to end 4, 5.
A motion to?
Motion to end 4, 5, 6, 7 suspensions, effective beginning of next school year.
Okay.
Well, including the narratives of those that can be suspended.
Hold on.
Violence, drugs.
You want to end suspensions starting the next school year with appropriate language in our policy?
Right.
Okay.
But we're going to vote to end it now if we get 4 votes.
Hang on. Vote to.
I don't know why it's just so hard.
Say violent, say those
I know, that's what I'm saying. Is that, all right, so what Mr. Mcmanus wants us
I
to
think there are
do
3
is
exceptions
vote.
with the 3 exceptions.
No, because we cannot write policy from the dais.
Okay, so we just, let's end it.
Point of
We
order.
cannot write policy from the dais. Mr.
Point of
Wildebohr?
order.
That's our job.
That's our job.
Hold
Our
on,
job is
please.
to
I
write
can't hear
policy.
Mr. Wildebohr.
I understand. I know we would like to go have it written through the policy committee, but our job is to write policy.
Yes.
And it is, I mean, we've heard it 100 times. I think we can put it in rough draft today to, and we can finalize it in policy maybe. But I think we need to say, except for incidences of drugs, alcohol, weapons, or violent attacks.
Hold on, I got you. So, Mr. Shive, would you please jump in on how this works?
Well, I think the issue the board's trying to address is the difficulty of writing policy from the dais, and I don't really know how to help right now. So I think it's the intent of the board to vote to end suspensions for this group of students beginning at the start of next school year, subject to certain exceptions. And the specific language outlining what those exceptions will be and how that's exactly going to be phrased, I think everybody's kind of struggling to come up with right now. And so I think it'd be fine for that to come for policy committee to create that. If a board member is able to articulate that and include that in the motion, then that would be fine.
I will.
Madam Chair?
Add to it for you.
Hang on, Mr. Boyer.
So, look, again, this is something that we all agree on. We're complicating it way beyond what is necessary. What about this? Why don't I make a motion for a resolution that this board will end suspensions in some form or fashion for August, or for our next academic year?
Hold on.
I move to
Ms.
amend the
Justice,
motion.
Excuse me, Ms. Justice, do you want to?
I move to amend the motion that he just made.
With what?
I wanted the definite wording of, with exception of drugs, weapons, or assaulted violence. Otherwise, leave it as he had. We don't need to go to policy to have that in there or to end the suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, since Mr. McManus already put that in there. So we're combining those two, which is what he was trying to say repeatedly, and you kept confusing the issue.
No. Ms. Adams?
I would just like to say I appreciate the work that Love Our Children has done, and obviously the verbiage that's coming through is coming from them, but they are not working in our schools. Our people that are on our policy committee are. I agree with getting rid of suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds with exception. I do not think that we from the dais tonight should make that statement utilizing their verbiage without consulting the experts that are part of this conversation. I appreciate that all of them are coming from community involvement, education backgrounds. I understand that. But we need to let the people that work within our district that are seeing this every day be a part of the conversation. And that is what our policy committee is there to do.
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Walker?
So this is what the confusion was. The original motion Mr. McManus made is the correct motion. I don't think we disagree on the actual wording. It should be done in policy, so we get it in policy and it goes through policy. But the point is to go ahead and just end it. not send it to policy
Why don't-
first.
Madam Chair.
I'm still talking.
Hang on.
So if point of order is the motion has been put on the table here for any suspensions at the beginning of the school year, next year for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, let's just go ahead and do that.
With appropriate wording of the policy.
Appropriate wording of the policy. And I think Ms. Justice seconded it, I believe.
Well, and
I
the
had,
appropriate wording covering those 3 areas, because we need to end at that part and then write policy that we have decided on. We decided on that policy, we've talked about it endlessly for a year. I mean, we've decided on the wording for the policy. Why? I don't want it so vague that things start to happen and it's not what we intend.
And then you can come to policy and you can give suggested wording. Any one of us here can give suggested wording. So Hugh, is it okay for your motion to be end suspensions for the school year with appropriate wording from the policy committee?
No.
That we all have to approve?
We already did.
I want to end suspensions immediately beginning next year, and then we'll address the narrative in a policy. But first, let's just approve ending it tonight.
But you don't.
We have the votes to go to policy, so we'll do that.
No,
Just in the policy. That's all I want to do. Just vote yes or no to end suspensions tonight. That's all. That's my motion.
But if we don't have a policy that
We're
supports
not
that.
discussing policy. We'll discuss that another time. Right now, we're going to end it, and we'll address policy another time.
Put it on for policy, and then we'll address it. We will address it, and we will be there. I'll be there. I'll make sure I show up. Make sure it gets done that way. But the frustrating part is we're hashing out the wording here. And his point is, let's just go ahead and end it now. Have the discussion in policy.
But what about those of us who aren't comfortable with ending it without appropriate wording approved?
Well, then you get to vote. And then if it's a 4 vote, then we end the policy.
Well, then I'm going to look like the idiot because we don't have a plan. And all we've said over and over is that
Well, I'll accept your
need a
idiocy.
plan.
We need to vote to end the plan. Yes or no?
And what plan?
I'm going to answer you. I'll write it down.
Excuse me, can I, that's why I wanted to amend the motion. Just add those 3 factors.
We should go through policy committee.
Well, the problem with that is that we don't know what can happen from there.
Well, I'll be there.
Well,
every one of you will be there, and I would anticipate that every one of us has the option to write down what we want and bring it in there. Now, Hugh, here's what I'm saying.
Please, just call
made
for the
his
vote.
motion.
Okay,
That's
all
all I
right.
want you to do. Just
Say it
call
again.
for the vote.
End suspensions
I'll say it
tonight.
5 times. My motion is to end suspension of 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds
At the beginning of the school year.
at the beginning of the next school year. That's it.
With the policy as written.
No,
We're not discussing policy right now.
So no exceptions?
Pete, do you have anything to say about
No exceptions.
Not right this moment.
Then, okay, I can't vote for that.
well,
We're going to have a policy committee, but
No.
Could Pete wanted to.
Okay, I'm sorry, Pete?
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, and I, with all due respect, Ms. Adams, actually the wording, I met with that group, and the wording, I'm not going to give myself a whole bunch of credit, but the wording came from my answer to them. I said, what about situations of drugs, alcohol, weapons, and assaults? And that's when that group, and I'm not, maybe somebody else thought it up before I did. I don't know, but that was my answer to them. They said it that way. I don't know everything, never said I did, but I think it is time that we do that. We need to put it in place. I agree with you 100%. I don't think we need to put it off and then bring it back and then put it off, because that's what we've been doing for a year. So at this point, I think we need to go ahead, put it in place tonight. I have no problem with, policy doing the final wording, but let's go ahead and make the statement tonight that we're gonna end it. I agree with you on that 100%.
Okay.
Can I make a
Ms.
suggestion?
Justice, I'm sorry, Colin?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
So I think a way that the board could take action tonight while also leaving the final wording up to policy committee without leaving too much area for deviation from certain exceptions would be for somebody to make a motion to refer policy 4300 to policy committee with a direction that the policy committee shall amend the policy to end suspensions for 4351, I apologize, shall end suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, subject to exceptions that would to include drugs, weapons, and violence aggression.
Yes, that's good.
Good.
Thank you,
That's
Colin.
good. Thank you.
That's good.
So are you going to be able to type that motion up for Crystal to include our minutes?
And it's
She can
a slight
handle it.
change to that. It would
Hang
also
on.
need, I think we should say under 8 instead of 4, 5, 6, and 7, because we do serve
Well,
3-year-olds.
that sounds good.
Because what?
We do serve 3-year-olds.
Okay.
Move that we adopt the motion as stated by our board attorney.
I second that.
Okay.
Second that.
Okay. All right. So Nelson was Hugh. Well, first of all, hold that thought. Do we have to vote on Hugh's, or can Hugh withdraw his? Because Hugh has a motion on the table, and it was seconded by Judy. So we have to.
He can withdraw it.
I'm just asking. That's what I'm trying to get at.
So, and take the attorney's recommendation? That's what you're asking me?
That's what I'm asking. Is
Yes.
that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay, so
I defer.
Hugh
Absolutely.
is withdrawing his motion. Now we have a new motion that Nelson made to, with the wording that Colin will type up, and we all agree to, that the essence is we want to end suspension starting with the school year coming up, after policy committee gives the right wording. Okay, all right, so is there a second to that?
No, he
Second.
said-
No, I'm
Second.
sorry.
I second.
Colin, is that what you said? Okay, okay. Okay, whatever Colin said. All right, I was just trying to make sure we know. Who
Second.
wants to make the second? Hugh, do you want to second that?
No, we go. No.
Okay.
Well, I'll second it if he doesn't, because I want
He's
the
gonna
thing
second
done.
it, okay?
I recommend that.
All right. Is there any additional discussion?
Oh, my gosh.
All right, so Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll? Start down at Nelson's end, please.
Mr. Bullier,
Aye.
Miss Adams,
Aye.
Miss Craybill,
Aye.
Miss Walker,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Miss Justice,
Yes.
and Mr. Wildebohr.
Aye.
Okay. So that passes 7-0.
Thank you. You guys did it. Thank you. Oh, you did that.
So,
You did
so
that.
That
You
was
did
hard.
that.
That was hard, but we made it. We do not have any new business on to committee reports. Ms. Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
Peter did that.
Okay, committee reports. Oh, okay. Only thing that I wanted, it's my turn now.
Yes, it is.
Okay, only thing I wanted to bring up from EDI committee was something that was really good that came out of EDI, among other things that will. It's the Student Voice Project. Mr. Mcmanus and I and Dr. Casey Smith, Dr. LaShawn Smith met with Dr. Faust, and he agreed to help fund this project for Student Voice. It was launched on the 8th, and it was promoted.
8th of what?
I'm sorry, 8th of February,
Okay.
pardon me. And then the 28th, there were 30 applications that were received. Between the end of February and early March, they were reviewed and rated by student planners using predetermined rubric to ensure fairness in selection and representation from all schools. Permission forms were collected by adult coordinators. And after March 15th, there were 22 members that were chosen, and I believe they attended a roundtable that you guys attended that I didn't get to go to, but I heard it was really good. Communications promoted the project on social media, and then let's see here. So sorry, this is repeated here. The 22-member group convened on Zoom on March 15th to kick off their orientation. I think, do we have one of the members here today? We have Benji Caney, he's one of them. And so the plan is between the 5th of April and early June, students will engage in regular Zoom sessions focusing on the desired topics of interest, including Educational Equity 101, school board resolutions / governance, mapping issues and root causes, gathering peer input, asset and power mapping, drafting solution proposals, and some sessions will include key stakeholders like the school board. Hopefully we will get to work with some students. I'm excited about that. Students will share updates with the Board of Education and the opportunity provided to them on agenda. And I would like to hear that soon. So hopefully that will be a May 1st edition too. That would be it's a great program. We're very happy to have student voice. We need student voice. And I'm looking forward to working with students. And I hope you guys are too. So that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. That was been a long time coming to talk about that as well. Does anybody have any correspondence? Okay, announcements. The policy committee will meet on April the 12th at 9 a.m. in the Board of Education building. The public will have the opportunity to review this remotely. on New Hanover County Schools TV. And our April interim meeting will be a budget work session. So we do not have to go back into closed session. So do I hear a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion, see
Okay,
if we
is
can
there a
not screw it
second?
up.
Okay, is there a second to adjourn? Second. Okay, Walker, the, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are adjourned.
You got one that says best bid.